Hi everybody, welcome to session 103 of Forgotten Genesis Drums of War. We're about 40 minutes late to the session. I was debating whether or not to cancel the session today because, hey, DM has health issues and I have a headache from hell. I have hydrocephalus and sometimes that creates a lot of pressure in my brain. Right now it feels, I'm not feeling great. That said, I've taken some things and hopefully they kick in. But, you know, weird little side effect of being in a lot of pain. My thoughts organize better, and I don't know why. It's fucked up. Apparently, at least according to Megan here, it's an ADD trait. That's still fucked up.
Well, it's something that I've experienced with my ADD, and my family has told me that they have better thought processes when they're in pain. It's just a weird thing.
Now,
and I have my whole family has ADHD, so
yeah. Before we get into proper recaps and proper session questions, I'm still shocked at the one I rolled. Did we end the day on the session, or is it still
it's
just like the tail end? Okay, it's the midday, still on the first of the month. Okay, I now have a date tracker on the overlay. In case my ass forgets.
I will let you know that Venestra carried Angel into the tower with all of the refugees.
Okay. Right. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead and get into, you know what, let's do recaps first, and then we'll get into roleplay questions as we rotate through each character's respective answer. Or at least each player character's respective answer. If we were getting into each character's respective answer, we'd be getting into, at this point, thousands of NPCs, of which maybe a tenth I actively remember. But I digress.
Joe, I have more than enough memory for that, so yay.
But we don't need that much memory.
We don't need that much today. I mean, yeah. You had the Communist Mentis, but you don't have to be... You don't have to give them their exact names, okay?
Yeah, it's funny. The Communist Mentis, North and South Kadia, a lot of things that I initially named because it's like, it sounds cool, it sounds accented, and then I give it 2 more seconds of like just careful saying it out loud, and I realize that both of those sound a little suspect.
Highly suspect.
But it's
kind of like
now.
Bildo's scream.
So, in the last session, I'm just going to go over Angel's last session, and considering Violet went with them, they went into the prismatic tunnel. They found out that there were eggs there, and they gave birth to eggs, and there was a prismatic dragon that died.
Yes, indeed. Ta-da. Do you recall her name? It's also written down.
No, it's written down in the chat. I'm not going to read it, because I don't remember it off the top of my head, even though I wrote it out in my notes.
It was remarkably overzealous.
I got it in my recap.
Remarkably overzealous with the amount of syllables in that name.
I'm going to let
Idolin Estriana Resplendent.
Okay, so I'm going to let you know Angel was not privy to that knowledge of her name. If you remember. Venestra
right. Venestra got that knowledge because she got the crystal. Okay. So unless Venestra takes it upon herself to share
Angel
it.
Don't know shit.
Be heard. Nobody asked her name before she died. But I was also actively rolling death saves for her. So there was that.
Yeah, and Angel ended up with 7 new babies on top of the already 12 from the other set. And it's now 10 from the other set, considering she turned in the 2 silver ones finally.
Listen, you asked if there were eggs. To me, that reads, are there more babies? All right? And so I have to roll to be like, is the answer yes? Apparently. Okay, let's do this.
Okay. No, it's fine. I'm not upset about it. I'm going to let you know I'm not upset. I'm very pleased. I know that I can literally look back at Venestra's chat now and find out how many children I'm missing from my lists. Which is the helpful thing. So, Venestra, if you could keep on writing the number out and the gender, my life would be so much easier. Because I'm letting you know, because from this week to last week, and since I'm writing my own novels, my brain is breaking a little. So.
I thought it was breaking before.
Shh, we don't talk about that. That's not what we talk about, Brick. We don't talk about the... Okay. As an artist, we don't talk about the breaks in the room, okay? I'm trying to finish the mugs before we start actual sessions. I'm trying to finish I'm sending out everybody a new D&D journal and new mugs for the new campaign. I'm making everybody a mug because I'm a weird DM. Hello, sweet girl. What you doing, sweet baby girl? She's poop. It's like she's got the poop.
You get your inspiration die for your recap. We'll go ahead and move forward to...
And no, wait. Angel basically walked across an entire area, basically took out part of the Nautiloid suspension system, air suspension system.
Yes. You guys confronted a Nautiloid which bombed a small village.
And then the last thing that happened was Angel tried to torture someone because she was trying to get information, and they ended up keeping that guy alive, and they're going to get the information whether they like it or not, considering the Communist Mentis took over that part. And then Angel literally, the last thing that everybody all over the world saw was a giant pink dragon bringing back a lot of people.
Yeah. You guys have also unofficially named that Nautiloid Bob.
His name is Bob!
Unofficially. As you guys were commenting on it while you were actively destroying everything that was effectively tying it down, and are apparently possibly choosing to adopt it as a big, massive pet. Now, that said, if you choose to do that, I'll have to produce some vehicle rules for you guys, because you guys can use Bob, or whatsoever you happen to choose to name it, as an airship, if you choose to do so.
I'm going to let you know, I'm going to give this airship to Brick, so therefore he has a protective space.
I was about to say I should be the honorary pilot, because
Yes. Is that a question, Brick? That's a yes. Yeah. It's a yes and.
Control it the way
Yeah,
it's meant
because
to control.
we can both technically control that thing, because we both have the telepathy in order to do it, but she's just like, I don't need another thing to do. Brick is like, Avery is totally capable of this. I'm letting you know, she's like, he's totally capable, and it's very much along the lines of a mind flayer child kind of thing. I kind of like it. It's cool.
I will say, as far as being able to use Bob as a ship, you will have to reconstruct any sort of hull and any structure around and abound him, yet whatever Bob happens to be.
What if we just make him like something that goes on his back instead of something like, we could make it, because he's a Nautiloid, we could make him a giant shell that rides on his back, and that could be the ship. Because an actual Nautiloid has like those little tendrils that go out the front.
Those are part of its body, as part of the ship sort of runs through.
I get that, no. I get that, but we don't have to use it like that. We can be nice to it and make something that goes on its back that it can carry.
Who says that we're being mean to it by running through its insides? Do you have any idea how many living things we have running through our insides?
Joe, Brick, please. My brain. I don't need that. My brain, please.
Regardless, there are a few different pathways you guys could take for converting Bob into something usable as a vehicle.
I'm thinking about using a traditional Nautiloid shell, like Nautilus, the actual like creature. It has like these.
Listen, as long as I can deck it out with whatever I want to deck it out with, I'm good.
Vinestra said,
yeah, we can do that.
Just consider it a data upload.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to recaps, because I believe I tracked for a second there.
Okay, what was the question? So we can finish. I think I had my recap.
We're doing recaps first and then questions after.
Just do it all at once and get done. Brick, recap.
I'm not a computer at the moment. I can't give a recap.
Okay, then we'll wrap back around to...
There was like that old Twilight Dragon.
Amber's busy.
That's about it.
Amber's busy.
Then we'll move over to Nestra for a moment. Venestra has just posted. Recap there. The party
Vinestra said, Sent also sent you some ammunition to use in RPG.
Wonderful.
And I'm opening up the file now.
So to go ahead and read off Venestra's recap, we have the party explored the final tunnel, encountered Idol Venestra, the Resplendent, a dying twilight dragon, specifically a dying, not chromatic, a twilight-aged prismatic dragon. Twilight-aged being where just about any dragon old enough finally be dying willingly and not through being slain. Helped ease her passing and recorded her memories and her soul, rescued her eggs as well. Communist Mentis not really sent an inspector because the group made a CRTV. Turns out it was a fake, and Angel did disintegrate them, and he was a rune baddie lieutenant. Got a list of loot from him, which was posted in the Brass Vaults tab. Paul the Chain Titan rung up as shit was fucked. Secret Sanctuary Town got bombed, a lot of dead kids, adult refugees fleeing the war. Angel, Venestra, and Avery went to the battlefront, killed the Mind Flayers inside a Nautiloid, and rescued the Nautiloid, pet Nautiloid Bobget. That is a sentence. Rescued Spinach the Kobold. They had a muzzle, pierced their skin. The group rescued a large amount in the area and interrogated some of the slavers. Angel revived the dead and passed the fuck out. V flew Angel up to the Communist Mentis tower to rest. The Communist Mentis started the war and started a worldwide draft. Which is to say, the Communist Mentis, much like some of the images of concentration camps being made public and showing off the horrors of some of our own world wars, showed off and publicized some of the more horrific things going on in this swampland. Not to mention the presence of Mind Flayers, which, while many countries in this world may be misaligned on many things, and even a couple of island countries, even at war with each other over some resources, nobody in Zaria fucks with Mind Flayers.
So what I have, I only have the part where the kid got a book of spells, and one of them is useful to Avery. The talk, speak with Dad.
Yes. A few islands are doing carrier pigeons as they don't have communication set up. True. Though notably, not all necessarily carrier pigeons, but various carrier animals, various means of sending out communication. As of course, druids are at least somewhat prevalent in most all of the countries. Their varying circles. Though pigeons still have their uses. Them fuckers can fly fucking fast in a day. Fast and far. Did you know them bitches can cover like 200 miles in a day?
I never understood how they teach the pigeon where the letter needs to go.
Food.
So like they just like start a short distance and like that doesn't like If they're 2 miles away, how are they gonna know where the food is?
Vinestra said. They home to an area instinctively.
Easiest way
Feel
to
like
train
they're
any
fucking-
animal to hone in on an area for recognition is usually, does that area have a record of food and behavioral pattern?
So can we have our question, please?
Yes, indeed. So, 73. And we'll start with Angel. If your
Okay.
character knew that they were going to die in a month, how would they spend the rest of their life?
With their children. I spend it with my kids. And my man.
Completely valid. How would Violet
And
spend
probably
her
a lot
last
with my
month of
man.
life? Probably a lot.
Making Halcyon regret his ability to live longer than me. Making Halcyon regret
You
his
both are
ability to live
elves.
longer than me.
How would
I'm
Blue
saying-
spend her last month?
I'm not dying. The fuck thinks I'm gonna
Blue
die?
would spend her month in denial. Good to know.
No, Blue would have spent her month basically fucking whoever decided to fuck with her.
What if no one decided to fuck with you? You just got cancer.
The point is, if it's cancer, then that means magic is dying, and I'm dying because there's
The
no more
implication
magic.
of this question is it's an inevitability. An unavoidable
right.
inevitability.
Yeah, right.
Okay, she spends her
Archfey,
month in denial.
Not dying. Immortal.
Even
Immortal,
gods
sorry.
can die.
Let's go find somewhere else to live. I'll find somewhere else to live.
You're not losing your home, you're dying.
Blue can't die. She's an archfey, so she's looking at you
For
like
the
y'all are
sake
stupid.
of the goddamn question, Megan.
Blue doesn't have that ability to think like that. She was born
Okay.
an archfey, so she
So
doesn't
she'd
have
be
that
in
thought
denial
process.
by virtue of not having a concept of the possibility.
No, yeah, basically. The world will be exploding and she wouldn't know it'd be exploding. She'd just go about her day. She wouldn't
Gotcha.
know.
And be real shocked when she realized she couldn't breathe anymore.
I don't need air to breathe.
Moving on to Avery. If Avery learned he had only a month left to live, would he spend it? Avery, changelings are a thing.
He'd spend a few days urgently looking for any more leads on how to save himself, but then he would reserve 2 weeks of his life just for family.
Totally fair. How would Vinestra spend her last month knowing that death was inevitable and unavoidable?
Vinestra said. Vay would spend it with her family and loved ones, as well as creating memories and recordings, letters to be given to her kids on their birthdays for their lifetime.
Good answer.
Just for funsies, if Amira learned she had a month left to live, or otherwise exist, how would Amira spend it?
About the same, and be more curious as to how and why she was dying.
Fair enough. All right.
Also, apologies about the wall of text I sent you, Joe. I had some fun thinking on it.
It is all good. I will look back on it probably a few times. My brain's a little bit hammered to shit at the moment, but there's a lot of useful content in there. And have a lot of delightful art pieces.
If I drop out, it's because the power went out. It's storming pretty loud and far outside.
Ah, good to know.
But I'll probably join back on my phone if that happens.
Certainly. All right. Everybody earns their inspiration die for their answers to the roleplay questions and, of course, for their recaps. So now for the flight up and into the Tower of the Communist Mentis. Midday on Izmir 1st.
I'm waiting for you to address Angel. Angel's is sitting there.
Angel's passed out, having just been brought up here by Venestra. There are a number.
She's not knocked out. The problem is that I don't know how to tell Venestra that her body rejuvenates when after she does that.
All right, well then we'll say you're kind of in the process of rejuvenation as you kind of snapped to consciousness mid-flight, landing on one of the balconies of the Communist Mentis. This is third or fourth floor. You've never really been to this level, as their access that they've granted any of you has been limited at best, but the doorway is open, and you enter into a tower that, much like many things in our own pop culture, namely a TARDIS, is much bigger inside than it looks from out. And there are a number of mages scrambling about the halls, laying out runes, sending out messages. You can see what younger mages have graduated to this floor are currently being ushered away back toward their quarters, while those with a little more keen experience are in the midst of intensive planning. One of which
She's gonna walk in.
wanders their way toward your group as you have entered. Looks to be a larger, beer bowl woman. Her specific sort of nature doesn't seem to be reminiscent necessarily of Banagal, nor does it seem to be necessarily reminiscent of any normal giantkin, at least any that are local to Zaria, which means she's likely from somewhere else. The Communist Mentis seem to gather students from many places. Five rings.
She is a fearable child from a different place too, from that revival.
Particularly, while she does look strictly of giantkin, she looks slender, gaunt, almost alien-like in her physique, and every bit of exposed skin that she does have that is not covered head to toe in robes has this almost constellation-like set of glowing runes that are kind of traced across her form. Her own eyes sort of covered with this sort of blinding cloth, yet she approaches as if being able to see your lot perfectly. Go ahead and switch the music to, let's say, Grand Interior. It's a little calmer than what the actual environment is right now, but it's the closest thing.
Angel looks it over this woman. Her eyes glowing that pink glow. Her body had shifted, and with these clothes, they weren't they were made to shift to her size, but they weren't made to survive it. That makes sense?
Sure.
She's not really wearing anything. So one thing I didn't tell you, the outfit, the armor that she had was her cheaper armor.
Fair enough. Looking down at your estate, the woman briefly diverges off to, best you can tell, just based off of the smell of sort of perfumes and soap, effectively. Most likely a washroom. She retrieves what appears to be a towel accommodating to her size. Definitely a little bit overzealous for you, but plenty enough to regain modesty. She wraps it around your form. Well, it seems all that war has begun.
The war was already started. It's been going on for 2 years.
All wars. In all of history. It's when it finally blows over enough for the world to recognize it, that it gets marked in the history book. So too will it be marked on this day. Anyway.
It took a god reviving a bunch of changelings for them to notice it.
Now then. Are the lot of you all right? You just went through a bunch of revivals and naturally have passed out. We've seen you do this a number of times. Do you need anything? We can get you water, we can get you food, we can get the lot of you anything you need or require, or otherwise we can provide you with an appropriate teleportation circle to any place that you need to go. Assuming it has one to meet it.
We will need to land in Arkala because they need to look over the robes and the ashes of the man that we killed.
Good.
This tower will need to land there because I will need to take them through the tree tomorrow. I'm taking all the changelings through the tree to my home.
The ones you have revived and rescued will be collected and brought wherever you need them.
They said that when we landed, they were pulling them all into the tower. Is that a question? Even I need my prisoners brought to me. I'm going to have Ezekrin, and she looks over at Griffin, my brother, handle them.
Your diseased changeling companion in Avery expressed some interest in the Nautiloid, so I'm assuming you do not wish for us to dispose of it.
No, I would like to keep it alive. I want to give it to Avery as a gift. We're going to heal it up and make sure it's okay first. It's going to need some retraining to understand that the things that were inside of it are evil.
Retraining, no. These things are never trained in that position. They are dominated.
They don't need to be dominated.
If it's naturally good, wouldn't it already know that it was under the control of bad things?
No. It said it was very naive. It doesn't have the knowledge.
They are highly naive and trusting creatures, though inherently good-natured. That said, it does know that the people that turned it into a weapon of war were hurting it in the process.
Okay, well that's good.
It's good that it knows she was hurting.
She looks over at Avery. I'm going to trust you to train that thing and to get it to know you, so that way it can hide you and be used for your travel and transport.
Very good. No.
I don't know what you would like us to do. I'm just going to let you know. And this is the point where her eyes get extremely dark, and this is the point. I need to know how many of them are with you.
Not one. Not one. The poison of the Velix Empire has only afflicted the Ring of Zaria. Only this ring.
It's not the Felix that you have to worry about.
Oh, we know. We will get you to Arcana. We will get the tower to Arcana. And all of your prisoners and your refugees as such.
They were in arm's reach of my children.
Yes.
Which means I have to run over the 300 children that I have to check and see if there's no markings on each one of them. I suggest you take that apple juice that I handed you and force it down each one of your people's throats.
I've been way ahead of you on all of that. Way ahead of you. Not a one infiltrates our ranks. The fool that infiltrated yours was posing as one of us. Never posed as one of us among us.
They used your door.
They did.
Not mine.
That they did. And as such, all of our entryways are being rewarded.
I suggest you do it from the southern part of the Underdark.
We are doing what we need to do, and we are taking extra care in darker places where people cannot see.
The swamps are their place.
Yeah. A sort of indigo purple kobold in similar communist mentis garb rots her way in, head dressed with a number of different sort of arcane strings of jewelry across her face and a veil down over the front of her snout with jewelry that traces down as well, as she seems to be carrying a bundle of cloth, promptly presenting it to you. This was the only thing that we could find of your size specifically, but it fits. It's better than a towel. Got the message as soon as you went into the bathroom.
She slides that over her head and puts it on.
Should you choose to attune to those robes, they will act as a +1 spell focus.
I need to know. I have a question. What did you broadcast?
The Felix worship. And the number of reactivating Velix ruins. The banners have been raised. And affection has been named.
They saw me raise the dead, didn't they?
They did. We showed them what was necessary of the good and the horrid. You are also notable and listed, the lot of you and your adventuring company, as militant positions of power. These are targets on your backs, but now there are many players in the game who are on your side. As the Communist Mentis decreed, should this ever need to happen in Zaria, they would operate under one banner.
I'm still in negotiation for marriages. Despite my broadcast.
The nature of those negotiations may change, given what has just occurred.
No, they may multiply.
No.
I am a commodity now. That's one of the scariest parts of one of the things
The lot
that
of
I
you
figured
are.
out. She looks and she says this. She says this very slowly. Venestra as well as their commodity, but I get the part that my practice is commodity, but I'm the one that's been involved with this more than they have.
Your sensitivities toward the changeling race have also been acknowledged. This may provide more sympathies to your cause, especially given what has been going down here in Jihu.
It's longer than Jihu.
Oh, we know.
The 20 that I adopted when I first brought back the first Velix ruin that we found inside of the sea. I had knowledge of this. Scripts and texts that we couldn't even decipher. And now I know where the runes come from, and I can't do anything about it. I can't decipher it, I can't.
There's a benefit to all-out war like this. Smaller forces, even ones in as potent positions of power as you are, granted more subtlety in their movements. So as a shadow war now comes to light, do some good work in the shadows, while the High Sun Coalition starts lighting fires. Some Sunrise Rebellion veterans brought up a new name, and have been actively recruiting, even just in the last few minutes.
I need you to broadcast that I need any changeling within the sea, within any part of the world needs to find.
I'm sure with the imagery we have shown, Donnie may yet become a mecca for those who can change their face.
It's also dangerous.
What
It was
isn't?
the start of their rebellion. That was the seat of their rebellion.
The difference is,
I haven't told you everything. I haven't given the communist meant that information. Couldn't. I can give it to you now, but I have to trust you.
whatever you have to give, then give it. I have been sent here as a direct representative of the High Council while they get moving.
She pulls out the worm. Stone one. They infect the land. They're trying to create another Ender brain. A great brain.
They infected the land.
Lands.
Are you speaking in hyperbole? Do these infect creatures, or do these infect actual land?
They were trying to infect the brain of the world. The brain of the world lies in Sharni. Underneath the Velix ruin. Where the dragon lives and protects it now. She was injured during this. She's now healed. But they were doing this under our nose for 2 years. 2 full years when I had no knowledge. They were watching every preparation I made, every single one.
This mage's face visibly, physically darkens. Mention of what those things were designed to try to infect.
I'm letting you know that she pulls out the machine, the one thing that she never showed them. They tried to infect children. I was one of the children.
If they are trying to infect, as you say, the brain of the world, an elder brain is of lower concern.
The elder brain is protected. Our brain is protected. Not by one dragon, but two. And when my dragon is in Sharni, that is 3 dragons around it.
Your Whisper faction is a good information network. We have reach everywhere. We'll get you information where it is needed. We'll get a lot of you information where it is needed. We'll get you information that does not exist in Zaria.
I need to show
where it
you
is
how
needed.
I need to show you how this machine works. She puts her hand out. I need you to hear what it makes it sound like. I need to show you how it infects people. Because I broke this machine when I was very little.
She blows into her hand and casts Find Familiar, summoning a flump. Fearful little aberration. Already with that little rainy kind of trill in its body. She places her hand on the back of its form, as it doesn't really have a direct head. And through some unspoken connection, it lifts its tendril to your hand.
No. She hands it its memories. It's very upset very quickly.
As the memories push through and filter through this creature, their moods are visible in colorations. Usually when they get scared or angry, they turn shades of pink or red. You watch that happen very, very quickly in this creature. And then start to turn darker, dark, deep purple, and then glow black, color that you have never even read about being able to appear on these creatures. Before finally it looses its tendril from around your hand and it retreats up toward this fearful, and she gets away at it like owner would a scared cat. Watches it shivers and wraps every tendril around her body. I'm sorry, darling. I won't do that again to you. She traces her thumb along its backside and disappears from this plane of existence back to wherever she had summoned it from.
Please don't do that again to them.
I'll never do it. That one. And I don't do it out of cruelty.
I know.
That one and I met a long time ago. And it agreed to be a buffer for dark things. I will do with this information what we need to. We will help where we can.
You need to find those machines. Any Velix ruin you find, you need to... She pulls out that piece of liquid. I need you to take one of these. She's made multiple little jars with one piece of Velix electrum in them. She has 10 of them with her. This fluid suspension. I want you to put it up to next anyone you question that might have a worm.
Let's do it.
They won't be able to keep their eyes off of it.
Now let's get the lot of you home. Well, not. Let's get the lot of you to where you need to be.
I'm going to need to at least speak with the council. I will need to meet with you, or
You
at
speak
least
to them
I
through
will
me
need-
for now. They are all very indisposed with what has just occurred. What you tell me, they will know.
You know about the people that we killed before, for the
Yes.
2 years. They're connected to this somehow.
Well, yes.
I don't know how. We found one of them. Griffin's still going through his effects. I just want to get home to. I just need to hold my kids.
Then let's get you to where you need to be.
I need to hold my kids.
With every refugee collected, and with a now freed of any structural scaffolding, nautiloid, promptly pulled into best you could describe to be a hangar side of the tower. Suddenly a number of rooms light up both inside and outside, and you trade the humid muck and mess, the swamplands of Jihu, once again to the frozen northern island of Kirin. A cold rush of air immediately blasting into many of you, as that balcony still remains very open. That immediate shift in air pressure alone is something else. You'll be here for a time to corral the refugees as necessary. And then we must go. And then we must go and get to work.
Meet with the Githyanki.
Naturally.
Collect any type of. They're afraid of the human knowledge that was left behind. They're afraid of the technology. If it can be altered with magic, we found out it can be altered with magic and it can be brought back to life. Meet with the ones that Griffin tells you to meet with.
Afraid of it is one theory. We'll go and collect information. It may be good for many of you to go and see what they've learned as well. But no rush,
That's my plan.
as that wizard did send off his findings today, did he not?
He did.
Give it time.
We don't have time. They've had years. We have what? They've had
War has
centuries
begun.
to prepare.
Time is actively being made for all of you. To make use of it.
They're trying to kill the Grey Thief. He's their barrier between the sunlight
We know
and
what
our
they are doing.
barrier. Okay.
Make use of the time that you are being given by this conflict. It will spiral, people will get stressed. Peaceful places will feel its strain, even from far away. But with it
I'm
comes
going to
time and less notice. The quieter actions taken.
I'm going to meet with the delegates that I do have contract with from the southern part of the Underdark, and we will make preparations.
This is good.
I have to do that today before I go to sleep. So I have to leave you now. She says as they land finally. When they get there, she's like, finally we're home.
Would any of you feel the need to contact me again? He passes out a small set of rune stones. One to each of you.
Why does American chocolate suck so bad?
As we replace a shitload of sweeteners with alternatives, we replace a...
Vinestra said, "'Cause it's not chocolate."
I didn't feel like chocolate. I'm glad when I get stuff from Mexico because it's actually real chocolate. And it's just chocolate in a bar. It's not that hard, guys. You'll make this
Now,
hard.
what item did we get?
This slender, gaunt furball with these, again, sort of bright, bluish constellation tattoos, hands each of you a runestone, which he stipulates is a means to contact her, as the main council members don't just sit with passive desk jobs. They are powerful mages. When shit goes down, they turn active. She is the means by which you will communicate with them. Should you need to contact me for information or have information to give, I will come. Or one of my simulacra will.
She hands a Fae phone to one of them because they've got multiple phones at this point for like contact points.
The runestone is a little more direct.
I get that. But this is so you can be included in on any type of meeting.
He extends forth a hand to you, which then immediately seems to do some form of transmutation runes, you're not sure what, splinter out to a series of other hands right off of her forearm, extended out to the rest of you who are present here in this room.
She's gonna shake the hand.
I am Cayman Frey.
Nice to meet you.
I know that our next few meetings may not necessarily be under better circumstances.
No.
As after all, we've made a Cold War very hot. But with that, I do hope that we get peace done quickly.
Don't worry, I've made the deep wake up. The waters will boil. They won't be able to hide in their tunnels much longer.
With that, eventually you all are led off of the tower, back down onto the frozen ground. A sea of refugees, whom are being all led into what appears to be a magically constructed, magnificent mansion summoned by one of the other mages. Looks like possibly one of the teachers. You seem to recognize the red hair on the elven face, one of your children's instructors, as he's leading these refugees into that magical structure to go ahead and find rooms.
How many orphans did they find? She looks over at Paul.
It's 4. They're all orphans.
They're not all orphans. There must have been families that we got together. Aunts, uncles taking care
And
of
they'll
children.
sort that all out. It's been 5 minutes. I haven't exactly had time to do it.
I'm just talking about the ones you had collected that I brought back.
There were 12, at least, collected families. before the place got blown up.
I'm gonna go see your father because your father's gonna be pissed off at me. Do me a favor? I need you to make your new mother aware of what the old mother knew.
He nods.
Before the evening. Because I have to meet with the southern part of the Underdark, and I will be transporting them through their phones. And before she looks over at her adult children with the pink glow, you will bring me Ezekrin before the evening is over. And bring me Urkbach. They're both at the castle. Bring them to me.
They nod and they get to work. Now, as a party, what do the lot of you do? Angel, you are going to go ahead and get involved with some delegations, but Violet, everybody else, you guys have something.
Violet's going with it. She looks over at Halcyon and says, I'm going to go help because I know that I'm going to be needed. I'm going to ask my grandmother for a war room. I know we must have had one back in the day, so I'm going to see if we can get see if Gran and Grandpa can see if they can accommodate. She looks over at Halcyon. Avery.
Yeah.
We have a large compound to go through for some more metal for your giant creature to break apart. So I was going to see if you wanted to take a chunk of it, and then we can, at a little bit at a time, add some more to your beautiful metal construct.
Sounds like a plan. What kind of metal are we looking at?
I have a lot of platinum in that thing, from what I remember, because there's a lot of steel, stainless steel and some platinum, and I'm not quite sure. There's quite a few different compounds because it was under the sea. So we'll see how much they have.
Options are good.
Options are always good. But I'm going to go help Angel. If you want to come with, you can. There's going to be some crazy stuff, but if you want to go and help calm down the little ones, that also might be a good thing. I'm going to try to go handle some crazy.
Yeah, I'd rather avoid kids that aren't my own.
I know that we had Piper setting up a triage for any of the wounded. So she's going to be wanting some of the people from the Communist Mentis to bring them inside the castle because Piper set something up.
Yeah. Of which people are being directed to where they need to be among the wounded and others.
So I'm going to go and help Angel because if she doesn't have any help, I think she's going to lose it. She's going to blow a gasket.
Yep.
I've watched her for the last 2 years. Losing all of her progress is kind of pissing her off.
I will come help.
Thank you. Venistra, if you want to come with, you can come with us. She's offering. Angel's a one-track mind of finding Nicodemus right now. I'd appreciate someone intimidating and tall.
I can be intimidating and tall.
Yes, you
Snap my
can.
finger and it just comes stomping out.
Yes,
Vinestra
indeed.
said, Sure, I suppose I can, but I do need to do some other things as well.
That would be great. Whatever you need to do. The baby dragons do need some looking after, so I understand if you're busy. But I need to help Angel handle this bullshit.
As an aside, later Vi will be doing the following. V is going to go offer redemption to the former slavers by making them oath-sworn. She's also going to look over Spinach the kobold.
I'm letting you know some of those slavers may not make it out of the day, Venestra, considering a couple of them need to be questioned.
You're cool with her killing slavers, right?
Please tell me you're okay with me killing slavers.
Some of them may be amicable to giving information without resistance and torture needed if they choose redemption path. That said, of the group of slavers, I said there were... I never stipulated them. I'm going to go ahead and roll to see. For the sake of simplicity
as it was
here.
a large group.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and roll 2d12 here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also, you do need to consider though, like, was any one of the slavers, like, if they were there by choice or if they were being coerced into helping?
Doing what they were doing, yeah.
Yeah. Coercion is absolutely a factor. Which is going to be kind of part of what I'm rolling. I'm going to be rolling basically how many were there, how many were coerced and willing to go on a redemption path, how many weren't coerced and are still willing to go on a redemption path, and then how many are just sociopaths.
How many are going to be Ezekrin's food, you mean?
How many are going to fill up Violet's crackling bag?
Yeah, she's got an empty bag now. She can give some to the fire hag.
This
with
ass
spicy
jerky ain't
stuff
gonna
on
make itself. Sometimes you gotta eat a fella to eat a fella. And actually, with that stipulation, I'm gonna go ahead and change it to 3d12, just to add some variety here. Whichever one each one lands on will be whichever ones of that total effectively accommodate each roll. Well, actually, that still counts for 4, doesn't it? So, let me grab one more. Where the fuck are my d12s? There's the d12. Right.
So I am right. We did make that elven female persona non grata in all of the shoe locations.
Potentially, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and write down which die means what. The worst.
I think I have it.
It's broken. That's why.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I have it over
Red
there.
Will.
Rachel coming home tonight?
Yes, she'll be back later tonight.
I didn't know she was gonna come, or she was staying over there.
No, she's coming back. She doesn't have a car. She doesn't have a house over there to sleep at. She'll be back. She's went to go see a movie. No.
Vinestra said, to add Vi has no qualms killing slavers and such just. As we need troops, why waste such, and it can also help inspire desertion.
Yes, but sometimes keeping them in the ranks can also inspire more desertion.
let's see, we have the coerced, we have the
Oh, that's what you meant. My brain did the.
willing to be redeemed,
That's
we have
dumb.
the unwilling to be redeemed. Wait. Hold on. Did I completely fuck up this breakdown? We have following orders but redeemable, and coerced. So 3 groups, not 4. Right?
There's the volunteers who were already sociopaths. There's the
Oh, right.
following orders and coercion.
Following orders but redeemable, coerced, and just total psychopaths. Okay.
Yes.
Which the psychos might not be anybody that has information as much as they were just there to rend flesh.
We already did find out that one of them has information. The cat has information. We just can't get it to do what we want it to do.
18, 19, 20. Okay.
That's
So,
why it's sent for Ezekrin.
psychos, purple.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Redeemable, bronze.
Splitting chocolates.
Willing. Don't be. Beggars, and coerced will be yellow. Alright, so 2 out of 4 categories will be people that will take effectively redemption oaths in one form or fashion.
They can. It would be half and half on that on the coercion one, or the following order. It makes sense for them to be half and half of the following orders ones. The coercions would be outright just nice people that had to be told what to do.
Or nice people that were told what to do out of fear for consequences.
Yes, but following orders willingly is all still an option, so it'd be a half and half for that one.
Yeah. But then it's also like a stipulation of that category, how many of them are like, you know, the fighters in Nazi Germany who had no idea that the Holocaust was happening, right? That kind of shit.
But that's what I'm trying, but it's like half and half. So half of it would be following orders willingly, and the half of it would be
22, 32, 37 total slavers, of which 11 were coerced.
Mm-hmm.
Five were following orders but willing to be redeemed, so there's 16 there that you can immediately cause to turn rank, right?
Yeah.
There were 11 who were following orders but are not willing to be redeemed, following orders but believing in those orders, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then 10 were just complete psychotics. Makes 37. So of those, I will make some generic NPC sheets for those 16. Well, actually, you know what? There's 16 of them. I'm going to roll 2d8 for the standouts of those 16. And of those standouts, I'll roll some NPC sheets just to not bog this down, and I'll worry about what that contains later. Okay, 6 of them are standouts. Of which, of those 6, 2 are from the coerced party.
Can we do the redemption stuff during the break
and at least get the evil ones out of the way earlier?
Well, yeah, I'm just getting the numbers down here.
Vinestra said, "Yep, do it during break."
And 4 are from the following orders, but understanding and realizing just how fucked up it was. All right. We'll get into what that means. So 6 NPCs. Of major note will come out of that grouping.
I do have one question. Angel would do one thing to the refugees. She's going to ask for any of the changelings from the Underdark on the opposite side of the Underdark.
Okay, to filter through for any Underdark locals.
Yes. No, Underdark locals from the Western Underdark, not the Eastern.
From the
Where's she
Western?
from?
Do you want to stipulate like Southwestern or just West in general?
Remember, the entire West was infected. Up until
Yeah.
that middle point, we had cleared out. The West is infected.
Yeah. If the point of this is also to basically just start en masse administering golden apple juice, easy enough to start doing that. No.
No, that's fine. She's looking for them because she needs people who've been there to tell these Underdark people where the locations are where they got taken.
Yeah, absolutely. Of which there looks to be, based on that roll, there are 24 of them, ranging from elderly, middle-aged, all the way down to very, very young children. Some of them are family units, and some of them are standalone.
She's going to ask them to come inside with her, at least the castle, because she's going to literally pull these people through the thing.
Absolutely. All right. And of which, entering into Mochizuki Keep, I'm going to roll 2d12 to see if any of them...
No, we're in a Kadi. We're in the...
Oh, in the Evergreen Estate. Right, okay.
Evergreen Estate, you'd still be able to tell if they were evil because of the presence of the Kirin. That's why the Kirin was so important for that area.
That's kind of an auspicious number. 13 of them immediately turned to ash, of which, unfortunately, one of them looked like they were a 3-year-old.
Well, that's lovely.
Although, notably, their preferred disguise physique looked strangely like Chucky, the possessed doll. So that might have been a factor. So that leaves 11.
Angel at that point is going to invite them into into that location.
All right. As they all do very much look toward you, questioningly, curiously, and some of which in a very confused sense of relief at the moment.
She goes and finds Nick first, who's probably pissed off at her.
Easy enough to divert to Nick, whom is still being held down by his children. Dad, you're gonna fall over. I already did. I'm awake. Get off of, please. Please get off of. Sweetheart, you're doing the pee-pee dance while holding down Daddy's ankle. Go.
Indo like puts the baby in on top of a pee pad, considering they're baby dragons. Mommy's back.
What did you do?
she's trying to give it, it's just a one. It's just one, but it was a lot.
Flash of motion. You are being held up by the scruff of your new robes against the wall. What did you do? Plain common, Lovey.
Common or Spanish, Lovey.
Whoever moves is no.
She looks over at him. I may have just declared war on Shihu.
Technically, you didn't. But now you are a child. But now you are a poster child for it, and for any of this to go right, I need to be on that poster.
I'm letting you know they got to see one half of the dragon. And they saw it go down too.
Great.
But they saw everybody go up afterwards.
Now many of the world's militaries know some of the dragons are back. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with that?
I'm going to use it to my advantage, consider I'm going to hold a war council today. I don't have time to waste anymore.
No, you don't.
They didn't know what I was doing before. Now they know. I'm gonna get yelled at by a quarter of them because they didn't know how bad it was. And they didn't know what I was. And they, half of them might guess what you are by the way you glow. So we might need a room where we can transform.
Fine. We'll get that figured out.
On a scale of 1 to 100, she looks at him like, how fucked? It's like, how fucked am I? It's like one of those moments of like, how fucked am I?
On a scale that's not appropriate for a bunch of children to listen in on, and they start to immediately retreat from the room.
Give it to me straight. She looks at him.
I don't have a problem with mass revival. I don't have a problem with those choices that you've made. This was gonna happen.
Yes, but they don't know why I did it.
This bottle was going to explode at one point or another.
Yes, but I brought back enough people for him to know where the target is.
That, I will say, was a stupid decision.
Didn't have a choice. There were body parts piled Nicodemus.
From what was projected out, parts of the revival were shown. Parts of it. Enemies and allies don't have the full picture.
But they will, because I'm not going to sugarcoat it with them.
You're gonna have to stay careful.
I'm tired, Nick. I can't be the only one to bear the blood.
You're not. Stop trying to be.
It's time for them to take responsibility for what they let happen. I'm only 19. I'm only 21 years old. They've had 600 to 700 years on all of us. They're ready to kill all of us. I couldn't bear Avery or you. Or she like puts her hands on both sides of its face. I couldn't lose you.
And all of us are going to figure this out together. You understand me?
Yeah, Kyra, we got
Stop
Kyra
shouldering the
on the
burden alone. Or are you not marrying me? Or are you not naming a faction where you've drafted in a bunch of friends under the same banner? What's the purpose of that? So that multiple people can carry the load. Stop shouldering it alone.
I don't want to shoulder it alone. We've
Then
had so
stop.
many people.
Even among your friends. Ask for them to help with some of the burden. Tell them where they can put some of that burden. Open your mouth and let them take it off of some of your. Let them take some of it off of your tiny shoulder. I'm stuttering so much.
She
You're tiny and cute when you're
hands on
flustered.
your pain in the ass.
I'm going to spank you tonight. We're talking about pains in the ass. You died on me again, and I wasn't there. That's why.
I didn't mean to die on you. I didn't want to die. I just wanted to not hear screaming.
It isn't going to change that.
Nick, they had holes in their faces.
I know.
I can only imagine a changeling with holes in their faces. How much pain they must feel. Because so many nerves. She runs her hand over his face right here.
You know part of why they did that.
Yeah, they can't shift if they have them on their faces.
Yeah. You know part of why they did that. Scars are the only things we can't change.
I'm going to heal every one of them. With all of the help I can get. I can't bear it up. And the kobold, there was holes all over his maw.
He pulls you in close and pulls your head into his shoulder.
There's so little.
Just let it out. Let me carry some of it for you.
I'm going to tear them apart with your hope and all of everyone's hope. I can't let this go on. Evil only succeeds when the good don't do anything about it. We can't be dragged into the dark. I don't want to be in the closet in the dark anymore. The dark has been my safe space, but I don't want to be there all the time.
And let's figure out where we need to go next. Get this moving.
I'm letting you know she's at least broadcasting this to like everybody she can. She doesn't know how big her mind is going right now. It's crazy.
Okay, mental connection, everybody's catching a glimpse of angels. Understandable emotional breakdown.
They have years on us, Nick.
Vinestra said, and Nick's flirting.
Avery's used to catching whiffs of other people's minds by accident, so
Yeah. Nick was doing that initially to soften the pain and soften the blow, but then he understood, nah, it's better to just let her feel this. He doesn't like seeing his person in pain, but
She moves
gotta
her
get through it
hands off
somehow.
Chris' face. There's so many scars, Nick. They're so scarred. It's worse than Corvin's. It's worse than the stupid art gallery. I waded through blood and muck, but seeing changelings with holes in their faces became...
Corvin and Trenton were symptoms of this. This.
It would have been better if they'd been torn apart. And the point is that for her to say that out loud, it's a lot for her.
Yeah. Mercy and death.
They would have been chased if they had had holes like that in their faces. You were so lucky that your sister didn't get it. I need a war room. She looks over at the refugees at the door. These are the ones from the Underdark. From the other side of the Underdark. Everybody else is getting apple juice treatment. She hands each one of them a shot of it. Drink it before we go in.
They all easily knock back a shot.
A juice.
Apple
Even
juice, apple juice flood.
among them, the smaller children are like, ooh, apple juice.
Oh my god.
Avery among those small children blending right in.
Apple juice.
Ooh, apple
Apple
juice.
juice blood. Apple juice blood.
Mom, my mouth doesn't taste like iron anymore. That was blood, sweetie.
Oh my god. Terrifying. Violet's gonna go over to her grandmother. Hey, Gran, I know that you're probably busy with Grandpa?
You can see
But do you have-
your grandmother observing through that same sort of observatory device that she's had. The same projection that the communist mentis just sent out. Watching it on repeat.
Can we have a war room, please? If you don't mind? Something big enough to house 2 giant dragons.
Our family was never really properly a warmongering nobility. But we do have
You
something
say that
that'll
when we're
suffice.
entirely vampires. You say that when we basically took everybody apart as vampires. So I'm gonna need a room big enough.
A family of vampires doesn't necessarily mean a family of soldiers, but I have something serviceable.
And, Bran, it was as bad as you think it was. I need this to be a safe haven. It'll be hard for them to come north in the cold. We
She
can't
hits
reach
a
this far.
switch on the same sort of on the same lens panel that she's observing through the observatory, and you can hear a series of gears kind of starting to move through the walls, and a kind of like a plant shelf, like a growery that she kind of has in her room, has a series of vines and sort of smaller flowers. Suddenly falls into an indentation in the floor by about half an inch. That will lead to my private greenhouse. Nothing has been growing in there for a good long time, and the shelves have been long since moved out of the way since it's been inactive. It should be big enough for what you need.
But I'm going to need this place to be a safe haven for those who don't want to fight in the war.
You turned me into what you turned me into. Little town safe enough.
I need Granda to make this place actually grow. We need the snow to make things. We need this place to prosper. It needs to be a safe haven for those who don't want this war. Because there will be people who cannot fight. The elderly can maybe help with locating people or finding suitable places for people to live. We've got to figure something out. We've got enough shipwreckages in the local area, and I bet you I can have maybe Angel have the crack and drag up a couple of ships from the bottom, and we can have some more wood to work with. We can make this place work the way it used to. Before the blood.
Let's get it moving. Green was never a military stronghold of any kind.
It was when my dad was here. That's why it's so fucked up now. It's the first thing that she tells her grandmother, because her grandmother now knows why her father was in such a shit storm with her. Let's just say the god of war and I have a bone to pick. Or two. Thank you, Gran. I'm gonna go get Angel and the grouping of people outside. Come on, Avery! Come on, Vanestra! Let's go inside. She looks over at Angel. Come on. It's gonna be okay. It's not gonna be okay yet. But it's gonna be okay. She puts her arms around Angel, knowing that she needs a hug. Angel takes the hug and nearly starts crying again, and then keeps walking. Deep breaths. Avery, come on! Big war room time.
Okay, war room time.
Or ring time. All right. As you all are led down into a small and blended basement, it immediately smells of humidity, warmth, moisture, and old, dried soil. And misuse. There is some still faintly lit and faintly enchanted old solar lanterns that kind of dot the room, giving the interior sort of this falsified daylight, where no window can be found. But it is a large expanse. You can see where there are imprints and sort of voids in layers of dust where shelving units would be that would have countless sort of pots and plant works in them normally, where they've all been mostly just kind of shoved against the walls to allow for some semblance of an open space. It's easy enough to go ahead and move a stray table down here large enough for what you need to go ahead and begin to plan things out.
Angel just pulls the table out of Chester's mouth, considering it's attached to that. She puts that giant
Chester's jaw expand somehow. Like, how are you gonna pull a whole table out of him?
A little bit.
Yeah. He's now like, okay,
not
I'm
just
letting you know.
unhinged, but like it would have to get wider too.
The whole vibe
letting
of
you
Chester
know-
is portable whole is portable because it has legs and teeth and a mouth.
Okay, I have a question. I watched this on like a D&D TikTok. I have a question.
Is Chester now slightly sentient and can slightly speak, considering his age and what he was around as a vampire with higher intelligence?
He doesn't
as a
have.
creature,
He won't have gained
they-
retroactive sentience. I will say that.
I'm talking about over time. It would have been over
Right.
time. It accumulates over time.
Usually, that takes a number of years. That said, given his proximity,
He was in rape.
late in a natural 10 and his modifiers. Unfortunately, he's still just smooth-brained pet chest at the moment.
Hey, I like to pet chests.
I know that most people do. I know, on this day especially, considering it's Valentine's Day. There's lots of petting of chests going on. She looks over at Rick. Would you like to call the War Council to order, considering I'm the one that's exhausted?
Yeah, I'll get it called up. To which I will say, unfortunately, DM Brain with heavy migraine does not have war speech prepared with pain, but
No, just calling it to order. It's like basically he's the one that calls it to order.
easily enough gets everything organized among, of course, the changelings that are present there, as well as any other lieutenants that you guys at least have present in the immediate area, including other members of Zavor Cesor. Brought down into this musty little locale.
She gets comfortable on her fake throne that is literally a giant chair. She's pulled out of this thing. It's usually used for some much more salacious things when she's dancing, but that's not necessarily what it's used for right now.
Yeah, notably that chair doesn't seem to entirely have a fully formed bottom. For no particular reason.
That's horrible, Joe. That's horrible. We don't bring that up right now. I know it's Valentine's Day, but God.
You were the one who specifically mentioned that was a chair used for salacious things, so of course I yes-anded.
Yes, but it's supposed to be for sexy dances. You put the guy in the throne chair and you dance over the chair.
So it'd be the arms of the chair that are special, not the bottom.
Yeah.
Vinestra said, so, it having a hole in the bottom for, say, a head makes sense.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
There we go.
It's awful. Luckily, we're on Twitch. Oh my God, y'all are gonna put this on an orange site if y'all keep this up. Careful.
We are keeping
the orange
this.
site is banned here in this state.
We are keeping this remarkably vague. And regardless of that, as this will eventually be uploaded to YouTube, yesterday I was scrolling through shorts and then an ad popped up on my next scroll that was literally just a lady getting fucked. They were both fully nude.
2026 advertisements.
And yeah, I think standard for basic censorship, even in that regard, I think it died.
Yep.
So, she looks over at this group of people. Nick, would you like to address the problem children of the day, or do you want me to do it?
You need to get this off of your chest. My job is more in line with subtlety. You are the one in the position of power here.
No, I'm not. Not the only one.
Officially.
Yes, but they need to know that part.
I live.
Hi, we're in the middle of a war council. You're in the middle of a triage with a bunch of injured people. Hold on.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to let y'all know I had to go cool off because the girls overstepped. Give me a back.
Yeah, no, I caught that.
Gotcha.
She looks over at
the Underdark dwellers from the south side, considering the dwarves have basically been forthcoming about the situation. But the Dark Elves had not. Nicodemus, if you'd like to transform so they know that you are the other half of this party.
Easy enough. And he shifts briefly to his own draconic form, though not so large that it occupies this still somewhat, let's say, intimately sized greenhouse basement.
She looks over at the southern Dark Elves, considering they can live longer than 2,000 years. I'm going to ask you to speculate. If mine is a giant pink dragon, and his is a giant pink dragon, what does that make us?
On mass religion checks, because again, this isn't always necessarily an obvious thing in a world so lush with magic. That said, there is still a look of understanding that washes over the vast majority of everyone in the room.
And she's asking the elves specifically.
Something many have been waiting for a while. As the elves not only acknowledge you and Nick in your approaching ascendancy, but also the evolutions that the rest of you are taking as well. Shifting into something greater than mortal.
I would like to know why your robes were used in infiltrating my home. And I'm going to ask you before I pull you through that FAFO.
Magical items get bought and sold all the time, and oftentimes resold on the black market. We have taken the time to look into what you requested. Best we can tell, it was a black market sale.
Even I have tabs on my own black market. Which means you still have names.
Which is to say, even you may have blind spots in yours. Still.
I have a question. Does Nicodemus growl at that point, considering
He
Nyx
does.
died?
He does, but a black market is a black market for a reason. It is away from official eyes.
It's not away from official eyes in my home anymore. I have a hand in it. I regulate who goes through it. How short-sighted of you, as you are older than me and wiser than me. You do not have a hand in it.
We still have hands and eyes. As a feminine dark elf figure does make herself present and noticed. An elf has to be fucking old. Show wrinkles, let alone to show an age that seems reminiscent of someone in their 90s. We have names. Well, anyone in the last couple of years, let alone the last decade, to have made a purchase of any of our textile or magical productions through unofficial channels. Many of them lead to literal dead ends, as often do such ventures.
She's going to throw the device that was around those changelings' faces on the desk. You tell me who made this.
I was not done. We don't know. That wasn't our make. Nor would we know who did. Now that looks, especially with the shardy draconic rune work, looks to be something naturally inclined of the slavers of you.
And this is the point where she starts to look straight through that glass.
I wasn't done. Quiet
Okay.
your fury for a moment, child. Yes, I am older than you. I am older than when the dragons left. I am older than the passage of the last era. I was here when magic was gone for a time. We have a name. You have your every right to be angry. Angry at us is the wrong thing to do.
Considering
It is the
holes on
wrong
either
thing
side,
to do. And we are trying to help.
and this is the point where she literally lets glow some things she knows. Considering the man that I killed in West, I know that you dealt in skin and bone and flesh.
There are cultures of drow who yet still. You may see it as unjust. Some of us see it as cultural or religious right.
This is the point where she shows them I still buries the cut of where the mark was.
Do you want your answer? Or do we want to play this game of moral superiorities?
This isn't moral superiorities.
It's totally moral superiorities.
It's not considering where we live. We live in where the Veliks started. We also are where they were first abolished. No Underdarkling has superiority.
Not even you. So speaking as
No.
peers. As that is what this call is for. The one name that we could narrow down in any capacity was a Kellic Bane.
Nick, where's Trenton Howler's notebook?
I brought it with me.
Put it on the table.
He lays it on the table with a heavy thud on the still somewhat unstable ground that this table sits on. Been a while since anything was grown down here, much less since it was maintained, but
She looks for that name considering she remembers it.
you don't have to go very far to find it. Among the... not the premium client list, but the priority sellers list. While many sellers have some stipulating information, some don't. A certain demon that you helped a changeling friend and his accompanying ghost twinned around with didn't have a lot of stipulating information. Kellic Bane does not have information about what he is. But the ledger draws back the name all the way back to even some of the first entries, and all the way out, some of the most recent in the book.
What's the age range? To the
Also-
last person sold.
Age range to the last person sold: 7. And throughout all of the Kellic Bane entries, there are ranges not just for changeling sales, but sales of all kinds and all sorts of people, from elves with centuries of age behind them, to changelings, to children, portals. Go down the list. This Kellic Bane sold everybody, from every conceivable walk of life and every range of age and development. youngest you find. Stipulated as unaged, and you have clarified in these pages that unaged means it is selling a pregnant target, with the intention that what resides inside of that pregnant target is the actual sold goods. There are a number of those entries from older years.
He's a seller of flesh.
We will update his bounty listing.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to tell me where there is a portal over to the Shadow Felt in your area.
Portal to the Shadowfell.
Yes.
The Underdark. Where dark
Yes.
enough can be a portal. We've documented some of them. We haven't documented all. I'm sure you even have some in your city.
No, we don't. Not anymore. They're all closed.
Of the few that you found, particularly a number of them were, in Sharney at least, a number of them were around, for example, that mass grave that was under Sharney. Places of heavy death can produce those portals.
Yes, but there was a cave-in in that portal.
Just like how places with dense enough nature can naturally sort of transition into the Feywild, the Shadowfell is one of the planes that are inexorably linked just by nature to the material plane. And so their portals are
I'm going to give you some information. They're using the Shadowfell.
That's disconcerting.
Yes, it is. She pulls out the liquid of pure hatred made from all of the dead. This is what the byproduct that they made. It's made of rage and hate and sadness and death.
That sounds like a plug for some kind of energy drink.
It really does.
Power thirst.
Power death. Where you know the dead give you energy.
Now introducing a new flavor for liquid death. Fried dead billionaire. I'm serious, that's a flavor they have. It's an Arnold Palmer.
She looks over at them. This liquid is what I found in their location spaces. It is accumulation of bodies and hate. I found it in 3 locations.
Looked about regulating what entrances we have for worship purposes, and sealing off those that we cannot.
I'm letting you know this because the man who used to use the slave trade, his mother was from Shadowfell.
Understood.
I recently destroyed her. But she pulls out another ledger. She pulls out her ledger. Let me see if Kellic Bane's name is in her ledger.
Yet again, a really frequent seller. From some of the first entries to some of the last.
Is there any... These things would... You said that the entries are made in dried blood.
Yep.
They had to sign in their own blood.
His entries are the only ones that appear black, which, to be fair, there are some species, beings, and things that have black blood. It is a thing. Even some tiefling varieties have black blood, for example. But it could also be ink. You're not entirely certain.
Yes, but they had to sign in blood. That was what you told me in Trenton's book. They had to sign their names in their own blood.
Yes, they did. Sellers and buyers. Both.
He has a map. He had that map he had a blood map of his own. She pulls out the blood map that tells him where the sellers are.
And with your own blood map, what did you have to do to isolate a target?
We had to put the blood on top of it. She puts the book in the slot on the top of the map.
Okay. Isolating down to find a target for Calic Bay. Nowhere on the material plane.
She's going to run her finger to the end of the map and see if there's more layers to the map.
No, there isn't. Not for this one. But if that name was signed in his blood, you have another map you can use.
She's going to put Piper's map on top of it.
Putting it on
Knowing
top
that
of
these
it does nothing. However, you try to collect some of the blood from what is signed.
I'm going to scrape it off gently and then put it on there.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check just for how carefully you managed to do this without destroying it.
We're good to do it. 17 plus 16. I have an insane sleight of hand.
Cool. Yeah, 33. You managed to get it onto the map, and it sinks in. Sometimes, if you're really careful and in a really, really quiet room, you could swear some blood signals that show up on this map have like a light sound. Yours and your family have like this light sing-song tone to them on the map. Some of them are like moanings or echoes of whispers of these people's, of the voices of various sort of blood markers and things.
Well, when we went for Chandra Howler, it sounded like howling, like a weird noise.
A new sound does enter into the cacophony that comes off of the map. Notable enough, you're able to isolate the sound easily, even though you're not on the right layer to know, to at least see anything again on the material plane on Piper's map. Sound is just this constant, prolonged, just...
You can't hear it. It's breaking up on you.
Let me alter Discord sound settings and see what the hell is refusing to let my voice through.
It's that one that you have to do the open mic thing, and then it fixes it. It's weird. It fixes itself every time you go from phone to your other part.
Yeah. Okay. It's every time I hit noise removal, like even my own noises just kind of stop happening. Okay, yeah, so now that's audible now. Sure,
Okay.
some of the fan noise is audible now too, but that's okay.
It's okay.
I don't hear anything.
Neither do I. Go ahead.
Notably, the tone is noticeable enough that you're able to isolate the sound among the cacophony of other sort of whisper-like tones, and it's just this prolonged, just.
It's like a weird grunt thing.
Strained groan wheeze. Like someone who's broken a rib, someone who's fighting through a last breath that just never quite finishes.
Knowledge.
Well, or some other variety of undeath.
She's gonna turn to the pages to find it.
She does also answer why his name may have been signed in black. You give blood long enough, it turns that color.
She looks over at Griffin. Do you know anybody named Kellic Bane?
I do not. Not off the top of my head.
She's gonna put
I
the
may be
name
thousands of years
old.
old. It doesn't mean I know everybody.
I'm asking because he would have been a slaver.
Right. I get that.
And he's an old slaver. Old as you. Or older maybe, because he's dead.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Pulling through the pages, the ledgers are not really enough to gain a proper estimate for how old Kellic Bane might be, as the ledgers only go back to a certain point, right? For all you know, it might be like a fresh undead, or might have been fresher toward those entries. You're uncertain.
Yes. Her ledgers are over 2,000 years old.
Yeah, that's true. And he's on some of the earliest entries in that one. Flipping through the pages, you do find his marker in the Shadowfell. Now, this map doesn't always have proper labels for areas if they've been unexplored. It does have, for the most part, a full map of the area, proper labeling, proper roadways, mountain ranges, things like that, small towns, even villages. Things like the Shadowfell don't often have labeling unless people know enough about it to give it a common name. And you can see his marker sitting dead in the center of a massive landlocked sea where no island is marked on the map to reside. And at least this area does have at least common enough caution around it that most everybody has agreed to call it, as it is plainly labeled on the map, the Ferryman's Wick.
She's gonna wait till Azakrin gets there. Hold on just a moment.
With a little bit of extra time, he does get there. Yes! What do you need?
Do you know anybody by the name of Kellic Bane?
Good question. Been Ennifer most of the time. So,
Yes, but
people from
this person
here,
dead.
I don't really know, but let me see. He thinks, he kind of makes a thinking face where his eyes look up. His thinking faces get a little weird, and a little strange, and a little haunted house-esque, where it looks like something in his body is breaking when he starts thinking very hard. Even to the point where his eyes seem to start to look like they're almost rolling up into the back of his head for a moment. Except not in the supernatural sense as much as like he is just straining his optical nerve that hard to where something is starting to push out of alignment. With a natural 12 and even his history modifiers, he only just makes it. I've never met him, but I know who he is.
As the Communist Mentis is on this call, I have a question. Does anybody know the name of Kellic Bane? throughout history and recordance in the other rings.
In the other rings, no. Nezgrin was a ghost in Zaria for a short time. But Cayman Frey comes into view once again. Kellic Bane was the father of the changeling flesh trade. Horrible and ironic for a changeling himself.
Nick, give me that flesh. The flesh that we don't know where it goes. The flesh, the book made of flesh. Changeling flesh.
He hands that over.
The man isn't dead. The man isn't dead in the book.
Do you open the book?
Oh my god. You pull him through the book.
Do you open the book?
Oh. He's gonna open the book.
Another notable thing catches your eye, and I will say, what's your passive? I'd say either perception or insight for anybody kind of observing this.
I have a 28 perception passive.
Vinestra said, checking.
Yeah, pull it up. Full 20.
He's trying to...
It's plus 10 to whatever your regular perception is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
13.
Passive insight also works, which would be 10 plus your insight modifier.
Waiting for roll 20 to sod off with its amazing update spam.
Woo!
21.
21. Yeah.
21. Amber's is already absolutely high enough because that observant feat plus all of her wisdom bonuses gets ridiculous.
Well, and it's open. The triage is open. She has the fate. I'm letting you know, Angel has the Fae phone open to the triage, so Piper can get in on all of this information, considering she's part of the court.
Okay.
And just waiting on that modifier from Vinestra, though I'm fairly certain just about everybody passes.
Passive insight or perception, whichever is better for you.
What's it need to meet or beat?
For this, if you guys were like closer to mid-level, it would be considered kind of high with a meter beat of 19. At the level you're at, not that hard to do.
Vinestra said, 27 insight for Amira, 28 perception for Vey.
Yeah, all of you are plenty high enough to recognize plainly the handwriting for Kellic Bane in the ledger matches every bit of lettering inside of that twisted-ass book.
This book is the book that has the stuff on it. This is the book that the information's on.
So, yeah.
On
And
Layborn.
you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit for not cross-referencing that before. But at the same time...
No, it's not that, because it was too hard to read in the first place.
It was also...
Layborn.
Yeah. It was also kind of a situation of what would have driven you to try and cross-reference it before, right? So it's... It's definitely kind of a nauseating realization of here and now.
I can cancel him out. Nick, can we do one more revival today?
We can try.
This thing is old.
But I have a question for you. Do you want to be able to sit tomorrow?
Do you want this thing to keep killing your kin?
No. But I know the consequences of us doing this, and I've laid out my rules pretty clearly, so do you want to be able to sit tomorrow?
I'm okay with not being able to sit tomorrow if this thing's dead.
Okay.
Considering he used Leyborn blood on his own skin.
All right.
He skinned our children alive, Nicodemus, and that's the thought process that she puts through his head, and everybody else can hear that.
Yeah. Despite his outward playfulness, there's an inside harshness to his mind that you're immediately met with. He knows the weight of this. And he's trying to give some levity on the outside because he doesn't want either of you to break. And even he's on the verge of it, and he's trying to deflect from it with humor.
I want you to do it this time. He's your kin. I want you to trip him, and I want you to rip his soul out. He's the father of this trade. He's the reason that she made you like she made you.
Notably, even changelings don't live as long as he's listed to have, which does... I mean, he's already been plainly noted to be undead, of some variety.
Yes, but he has Leyborn on the island, which will create another world's crack if they die.
Okay, Nick opens the book, and he's going to go ahead and roll a vibe check to try and pull. But I have a question. How close is everybody to Nicodemus?
Angel's gonna stand next to Nicodemus, and she's gonna have Venestra right next to them. She's gonna have everybody as close as she can get them for this.
Are you sure?
Vinestra said, V is going to be close and Amira is going to put up protective wards.
Thank you.
Okay. As soon as Nick reaches in, his arm pushing into the pages, trying to stretch beyond the limits of normal magic. Because again, pulling people through things and through the faith phones and all of that, it's not a normal thing.
No, he's not alive. Bringing him back to life through the skin. To make him face his consequence in our presence, right, because we have his skin in our hands.
In trying to do this and pushing his hands through the pages. Because you are realizing, and I'm stipulating, hey, let me finish describing. I know what he's trying to do.
Okay.
I know what he's trying to do. You're realizing that every single page, every bit of parchment, is also parchment rended from skin. Just like the binding on the book. And as he tries to push in to revive, his hands begin to sink through the pages incorporeally.
Here we are.
And with that, I need everybody to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save time.
I'm not physically there, so does that mean I have to do a dex save?
No.
Everybody physically there.
I'm calling on my Fayfo, just randomly putting the Fayfo down, treating people, picking the Fayfo back up, just kind of like I have y'all on speaker.
Saving throw, dexterity. That's
It's a natural 20
22.
For a modified.
A modified. Hold on. My dexterity is a +6. Is a 16 at the time that we had it before. It's a 31 now, I think, considering what we all the stuff we've added to it.
Okay. 31.
Vinestra said, 29.
29. Okay. Did anybody get a 26 or lower?
Yes, I had a 22.
Okay.
And that was when rolling a 17. So not a low roll by any means, but
Okay. Suddenly, all of the pages turn black and and a necrotic shockwave gets catapulted out from the pages. As Avery, because you are a changeling, you take an additional roll of the damage die here.
great.
Everybody
How
else
much?
takes half damage, which means Nick, in this case, just takes base full damage because he succeeded, but he is still a changeling. So,
Joe, his outfit makes him immune to necrotic damage.
well, there we go.
It cuts it in half, at least. The armor he wears cuts it in half.
Okay, cool. So he takes half damage then. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. There's my bag. Yeah. Okay. Eleven, 12, 13, 15, 15, 16, 17.
Did I remember right? Also, Violet is also immune to necrotic damage.
18. Okay. I believe Vinestra has some baller resistances as well. Okay, 18 D10 necrotic.
I fought and almost died.
Vinestra said, Vi's just straight immune.
Alright, gotta make this easy on myself, so we're gonna separate the 10s first.
Yeah.
Did not roll as low as I would have hoped. Okay. $10, $20, $30, $40, $50. 60, 70, 80, 90, 98, 103. Okay. To anybody who failed a DC 26 dexterity save, you take 103 necrotic damage. To any who succeeded, you take, rounded down, 51 necrotic damage. For anybody who takes that 103 necrotic damage and are a changeling, that is 206.
Oh Lord, I almost have to make a death saving throw. 6.
Okay, there were other things that I would have had to mention if you dropped to 0. You didn't?
I have exactly 7 HP out of my 213 left.
Okay, if you dropped to 0, it would have been a lot worse. Good to know.
Nick
Okay.
is also not dead.
Vinestra said, "Is there any way to intercept the damage for Avery?"
I believe you have a few abilities that allow for damage interception. That said, it wasn't specifically targeted. This is an AoE.
Have something for that? Yeah.
An AoE
true.
for resurrection?
Not resurrection. First of all,
Undead.
First of all, as this goes off, one of the conditions of resurrection-based spell work, a soul has to be willing to return to life. The soul very much is not.
Wait, no, that's not.
And as this shockwave goes out, the book then forces itself shut in Nicodemus's hands. What little is left of plant life that was in this room has withered and turned brown husks.
Avery's not looking much better than that. He's just like...
Avery, I have a quick question, actually. Was Aiko down there with you?
No.
Oh! No. Yeah, no. I never invited her with us.
Aiko is not present. Aiko is inside of the necklace and cannot be touched.
Vinestra said, "He looks like he spent 90 hours going at it straight with Aiko."
That's a different kind of dry.
She looks over.
Electrolytes! Gatorade! God.
Nicodemus, by pulling through you, did you at least see the island and where he lives, and if it's lit up by Layborn?
Also, OOC, I need to check something as I might have something.
It's not an island. He's beneath the water. And so are they.
There's Layborn, right?
As far as I could tell, I could barely see in that mess.
Let me see what you see. Share it with me.
I keep trying to see, and I can't anymore.
Huh?
I keep trying to see, and I can't beyond what I just saw. But he will replay the memory to you. Because it seems that someone just decided to blind any prying eyes. He shows you this vast, massive lake. Could be argued to be a sea in some land masses in your world. A landlocked one, to be fair. The waters are as black as coal, reflecting a sky that is no brighter. Matter of fact, it seems to almost be absorbing light. The waters don't even make normal chopping sounds of waves. Every splash, every smack against rock on some coastline sounds more like the chopping of meat than it does water against an ocean. I know you're getting impatient. I'm describing a set piece. And then you catch that visual that Nick gathered. Almost the inverse of a silhouette against the black water. Something white against the black to carry some level of identity, floating in the water as if meditating down beneath its reaches, tens of hundreds of feet below. In the lightest blue motes, interlinked and interwoven, connected to it, though the lines, unlike the ones that you connect to those bound to you or that you've seen connected to gods, they look less like strings and more like chains. Before the vision rather violently fades as that white figure lifts its hand and waves, promptly resulting in that shockwave that you had felt.
I'm going to make him come after us, Nick. I have an idea. I'm going to bring all those Leyborn out of the water. I'm going to do it how we got the Leyborn in the first place. But I'm going to do it. And you are going to stay here. And you are going to hold our Leyborn as close as you can to yourself.
We both agreed that we were not going to the Shadowfell.
I'm not going to the Shadowfell. No. We don't have to use the Shadowfell to get to them. Our child taught me that. I'm going to use the child he would want most as bait. She looks at the dark elves. Is there anything that you can do to create blackened water?
Blackened water?
Water that we create. Let me describe something for you. I know that you know what Leyborn are. Do you know what happens when they're all killed in one spot?
We know what happens when one dies close enough to a ley line.
I get that, but do you know what happens when multiple lights go out at once?
Nobody knows.
Yes, you do. How many rings are there? You're old enough to know this.
There are 5.
Why are there 5 rings?
The Leyborn weren't a thing when the Earth was first itself. They resulted after the 5 rings became 5.
Let me tell you a story then. Because I know this story. Because the person who died before me knows the story. Once upon a time, there was a Leyborn who died over the area of a dragon burial ground and cracked open Githoven like an egg. The reason we have multiple countries is because of the situation we have now. It's the reason Githoven is so messed up. It's the reason the magic is upside down. Maybe Kellic Bane had something to do with it.
None of our records about him indicate he had any reach beyond any other ring.
She pulls out all the Leyborn. He walked the other rings. Good. He skinned. He puts her in. She puts muffled headphones over these children's ears. I want you to take a look at these children. For me. Damn it, She holds the 2-year-olds and the 1-year-olds in her hands. I want you to imagine him skinning or drowning or burning these children alive to test how they die fastest. To use them to propel him to another world. Because they're twins. Now I'm going to describe what Nicodemus saw. This man's silhouette at the bottom of a lake in a Shadowfeld, with lots of little blue motes around it. So I'm asking you, is there a way to make darkness in a lake? You are older than I am asking you.
Let enough bodies rot within it.
But you'd have to keep them alive to keep that light going. He's feeding off of them, isn't he?
Roll an Arcana check. See if you can understand what might be happening. Might be.
17 plus 12.
Normally, lichdom or other sort of magically fueled forms of undeath rely on a regular consumption of souls to maintain the body and maintain power. And if you have a number of Leyborn attached to you, it's like trading out a 9-volt for a car battery.
They're all attached to magic, which means that our god is getting drained. That explains why the gods couldn't see. Blackness explains why the gods could not see.
I appreciate it.
Nick, we're blinded because of what we are.
We actually getting better.
We can't go at this as gods. We have to go at this as what we... I have to do this. But I'm gonna need help.
No, what conversation did we just have?
Nick, I know what we just said.
Is this on you? Is this just on you? Replace I with what word?
I'm going... We.
And this is quite a bit.
We.
Finding it whether I find it fun. Say I guess.
She puts her hands on both sides of his face. They will devour you. Venestra, you're immune to what this thing is.
My rifle master is like, I'll tell you about it.
Will you help me bring them here? It's going to make him mad at us. It's going to make him find us. I don't care. But I won't let him use a Leyborn's life to extend his own.
Vinestra said, "Aye, seemingly so. And that should be obvious, no."
She looks at the elves. I need you and your great numbers to find me anything you know about him. From what I know, and this is what I know, and she says this out loud, he crossed the rings, these twins' helps, and he basically took lives in order to survive. He did experiments on changelings and Leyborn alike for centuries, for millions of years. He's older than most of us. He walked through deserts by himself. I got this knowledge through Piper.
I got saved by a tree.
I need you to do something. I need you to shut down the slave trade where you are. She looks at the changeling in front of her.
God damn it.
across the room because they're not close enough to get hurt.
Right.
She looks at them. She goes, "Where did they pick you up?"
Damn it. Same guy got me again.
I was working a mushroom farm, miss.
Did any of you ever meet Kellic Bane?
Okay, so he just got there again. I have some idea, but no idea.
We don't know. The ones who snatched us never gave their names.
He would have been dark. He would have felt cold and empty. And he would have known how to hurt you. He would have known what nerves to push to make you sleep.
Is it out?
It would have been very easy. Very, very easy.
There was always usually, at least for any common thread the rest of us can clean, sets of 3 sort of lanky fellas. They all wore the same thing. They were all pretty gold.
Shit. They're on to me.
She brings her Leyborn to their arms. Did any of them smell like this?
Roll some perception checks for these changelings. They are commoners. They don't have great stats. But not that they can really tell.
She walks it behind them. And she runs her hand along where the marks would have been, where they would have been knocked out. They would have pushed here or here, and she pushes where the nodes are. She doesn't touch fully into them. Or here.
There is immediately a cringe of recognition on all of those spots.
You're not wrong. Yeah, play runs. We.
She looks over the Dark Elves, and she looks over at Nicodemus. Nick, can you shift down, please?
He easily shifts down.
Can you take your shirt off, please?
Which he promptly does, showing off a number of his varying scars.
As well as the big, brilliant tattoo across his chest.
That too.
And across his arm. She shows them the points for changelings are here. She shows them the top part where they would have been knocked out here. She shows them the 3 points, and there, and then at this node here. They will debilitate a changeling and make them docile.
Shit. Reason I got unthrown up. You were. I do that. Man. Oh shit.
Vinestra said, "As an aside, Amber, we can hear your mic."
We can hear your husband chit-chatting.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize.
What do these dark elves do when they see me show off where the pinpoints are?
There are a lot of sort of concerning, stern nods from a number of them. Concerned, stern nods, I should say.
of your kind had Leyborn children?
Not many. They are incredibly rare.
I have many. My question is, how many?
Prior to you, there was only ever supposed to be one at any given time.
Nick, why hasn't he come for us?
I don't know.
Nick, we have the first one. That's the first time anybody's heard him in their head. He hears it in his head. We have the first Leyborn. Why hasn't he reached out yet?
I don't know.
Is there anything you can offer us in help for getting someone back? I need to know what kind of magic comes from the Shadowfell, other than the necrotic that we just saw.
Other than necromantic energies, there can be isolated instances of divine magics in otherworld cultures, particularly if you go into Geithoven for research into some of the various races that were pulled into Zaria and the places they were from. There were echoes of a deity known as the Raven Queen, for example, who had her palace in the Shadowfell in wherever that world was. So divinity can be present in such a place, if only certain kinds, supposedly.
Sinestra, we're going to use, and she's going to say this in front of everyone in the thing, I'm going to experiment with the magical ley lines to get these Leyborn free. I won't let him have them. And if I have to walk into the plane of water and talk to the water elementals, I will do so. She looks over at Avery. Avery, I want you to spend time with your brethren here. And I would like you to rest, considering what happened. She's like, heals him for like more points of healing. She leans over and heals him. And hands him a major healing potion.
Being a raisin isn't it?
It's like he wasn't breathing for the last minute. Like he just forgot to breathe for a bit. like, am I already dead?
She gives him 2 major healing potions. It's like, sorry. I will be calling. She looks over at these dark elves. I will be calling in the morning here for another council meeting. I need any knowledge you have on Kellic Bane. And she looks over at the Sunsmith people. I need any knowledge you have on Kellic Bane because I know that you have flesh trade in your cities. And she looks over to those that she knows live in Someril, who she has location with. I need you to find me information on Kellic Bane.
And they're quick enough to in getting to work.
Thank you for your time. I would appreciate any forces to be notified to me in the morning. Let's gather up in the morning. Thank you for your time. I'm so sorry for my shortness, but I am so tired of carrying this alone. You didn't want to get involved until the entire world knew. Well, the entire world knows. She's going to hang up the call and she's going to look over at Venestra. Venestra, I'm going to need you to do something. Nicodemus is going to show you the lake.
And Nick promptly shows it off. Let me go ahead and get the World Series map open. Because the Shadowfell is a reflection of Zaria. It's just a dark and twisted one, which means that location, that landlocked lake, it has a sister location in the material plane somewhere.
I know where it is. I'd have to know where it is, considering I saw it on the map.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let me pull it up.
You and I are going to go on a little mission. And Nicodemus, you're going to heal, considering I know what you are. You will stay here. If you need to save me, you know how to pull me through the necklace now.
Yeah. The largest, or one of the, the largest landlocked lake in all of Zaria would be Lake Olin, which is the sort of massive landlocked lake that kind of covers the borders of Sunsmith, Sablehearth, and Jihu. You crossed a land bridge next to that lake.
Oh my god, that lake, we got stuck on it.
Yeah. And it has a couple of islands present in the lake, though notably the version in the Shadowfell does not have any landlocked islands.
Venestra, will you walk me to that lake, please?
It's going to take time.
She looks over at Venestra, and she hands her a mushroom. We're going to speed this up. I haven't used the speed up ones yet.
Yeah. Benefit to using plane shifting is because the Shadowfell is a direct reflection of the material plane. Plane shifting to the Shadowfell by Lake Olin should take you exactly where you need to be. Or at least
she doesn't want to
on the same coastline.
She doesn't want a plane shift. That'll put us in the same spot. She promised she wouldn't go to the Shadowfell. She has to do this without shifting through the plane. Which you can do. It's a lot harder, and it's a lot more taxing on Angel.
And a lot more risky.
Okay with risk. I'm not okay with him having Layborn to die in one spot and having another stupid explosion underneath the water.
Yeah. Okay, in which case then, let me see here.
What would it take me to pull them through the plane using the magic ley lines?
To pull through the plane using the magic ley lines. When you're pulling that many Leyborn who are that interlinked, it may have to be more than just you trying. It's going to be probably multiple effective casters, or at least multiple people proficient in the use of vibe as a skill to try to do it. It is not a one-person job.
I'm also trying to give this man less targets, Joe.
Well, sure.
Vinestra said, "Very well, when you are ready, Angel. We can go."
Can I use the black pudding to seal them in it?
The black pudding?
Also, Joe sent you a question.
Could I use the black pudding monster that we've had in our bag for a while that we haven't been able to use anywhere or do anything with it? You gave me a black pudding in a jar.
You could try. It's not a powerful monster, but I mean, you can try just about anything. Let's see, where is the dude's stat log?
Hey, Joe.
Yes.
What was the monster that I keep inside of one of those little gems that I found that illithid lab in, that we took all the lab stuff out and it's just the monster now?
Vinestra said, "Aboleth."
Yeah, that.
Can I put him in the aboleth?
You can try anything.
Could we put him in the middle box? Since Amber can hear me?
Yo.
Could we put
I mean,
the
if he's
evil
a
man-
soul.
Did he get you?
What, Megan?
Can we put the man in the metal box, Joe?
What metal box? The mithril box?
Yeah, the mithril box.
Bam.
He does have an everlasting soul cage.
You can try.
That could be. I am, although I am not.
I will not strictly
there.
say yes or no prior to the attempt. You can try.
She looks over at Vanessa. How would you go about this? How would you go about capturing him and saving the Leyborn? Because if we capture him, the Leyborn might lose their suspension and start to drown. So then we will have to literally save them as they're drowning. Hold on, I gotta go back real fast. Hold on. It's your pod. Trying to solve. Okay. Trying to solve a problem.
Vinestra said, "How important is the water in said lake?"
How important is the water in that lake? Being the largest lake in the megacontinent, at least in that area, in the material plane at least, it feeds a shitload of agriculture for that region for all three countries. Not to mention freshwater fishing.
Oh, got that one. Got that one. Get another one. Got it.
Excuse me.
Tony, they just, they kept staying on, staying.
Ah,
There you go. I had 6 headshots. Now it's 6. Okay. Yeah, what?
Vinestra said, "Was it known how many there were?"
I believe there were 5 at least visible in that memory.
OOC could do mass water breathing if such is a possibility.
Certainly an option. Ooh. Need wait for my internet to catch up with me for this dude's step luck. Particularly for that last spell. Come on, load up. Load up. God damn it. Okay.
God died right. God damn it.
Vinestra said, "Be right back."
All right, you know what? We'll go ahead and call this a BRB then. Because I think things have briefly stagnated. Good to know the ceiling fan took levels in Bard.
It's playing as the song of its people. Up to you guys. Should we use a angelic? Amber, should we lose an angelic possibility? Or should we use the anti-magic field? Because if we use the anti-magic field, if that doesn't work, we can use the angelic possibility.
Both? Both is good.
Both. Both is good.
Vinestra said, "Overkill is good."
Both is good. Or can I use my greater wish now, Joe?
You can certainly do whatever you want to here. Whether or not it succeeds
Joe,
in the attempt.
I have options. I have options. I have so many options.
The delightful
There's
thing
too
about
many
Dungeons and
options.
Dragons is everything before the roll of the dice is a Chinese takeout menu.
Yes, but greater wish bypasses counterspell.
So what do you want to do?
I only get one of these, Joe.
It's up to you if you want to use it here. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm here to simply facilitate whatever choices you make. I'm a dick, and once a week I'm allowed to be, and I love it.
I'm going to use my greater wish to get the Leyborn out. we're going to use plane shift and
You're going
overkill
to
killing.
use greater wish to get, okay. So, first things first.
I gotta word this correctly.
Look at greater wish, because there's some specific shit involved with that.
I'm not trying to kill anybody. I'm within the parameters.
Crap.
Greater wish. Components verbal instantaneous. With greater wish, it is apparent that the wish spell is not the mightiest spell. Once the basic of the use of this spell is that it can duplicate any spell and epic level spell with requirements of 35 or lower. You don't have to pay material components when you cast the spell or epic level spell in such a way. That won't expend your use of Greater Wish if you're using it to cast another spell, even one you don't normally have access to. Now, alternatively, you can create one of the following effects of your choice, which again also won't dissipate your use of the spell, but the DM determines what you were doing. You can create an object worth 250,000 gold pieces in value that isn't a magic item. The object can be no more than 3,000 feet in any dimension and appears in an unoccupied space you see on the ground. You allow up to 1,000 creatures you can see to regain all hit points, and you end all effects on them described in the Greater Restoration spell. So in other words, Greater Restoration to all targets within 1,000 feet. You grant up to 20 creatures you can see resistance to 2 types of damage permanently. Or wait, is this your one-time use Greater Wish, not one that you've actually gained naturally through the course of leveling, because you need to be level 39 to have it naturally. If it's your one-time use one, then that's a different... Okay. It's your one-time use. Gotcha. Well, then going into your other effects still, you can grant up to... You can grant a creature immunity to 10 1 to 9 level spells permanently.
Not sure how they're going.
You can change fate and force a saving throw, ability check, or attack roll to critically succeed or critically fail. This can be done after the save, ability check, or attack roll is rolled and the outcome is determined. You must do this within a reasonable amount of time. For example, changing a roll made at the beginning of a campaign would be asking for a lot of leeway on behalf of the DM. You can cast a number of spells at the same level equal to 45 spell levels. For example, 5 9th level spells or 45 level 1 spells. I'm assuming simultaneously all at once. You can create 1 magic item of legendary strength or less. You can get a permanent spell slot increase with a level 1 to 9 slot. In other words, you can permanently add an extra 9th level slot to your spell list or to someone else you're targeting it with. You can permanently gain 100 hit points that would add to your maximum. You can raise an ability score by 4 points permanently, and that also increases your cap for that ability. And you might be able to achieve something beyond the scope of those examples. Just as a reference, state your wish to the DM as precisely as possible. The DM has great latitude in ruling what occurs in such an instance. The greater the wish, the greater the likelihood that something goes wrong. However, the DM should give you more leeway than the wish spell, as this spell is much stronger. And of course, naturally, I will, because this is the superior variation of the wish spell. That said, the stress of casting this spell will produce, casting the spell to produce any effect other than duplicating the epic spell's effects or spell's effect weakens you. After enduring such stress, each time you cast this each time you cast a spell of any kind or an epic spell until you finish a long rest, you will consequently take 2d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell. 30 d10 necrotic damage, for example, for any basic epic level spell. This damage cannot be reduced or prevented in any way, which means even if you're immune to necrotic damage, you still take this. In addition, your strength drops to 3. If it isn't a 3 or lower already, for 2d4 days. For each of those days you spend resting and doing nothing more than light activity, your remaining recovery time decreases by 2 days. Finally, there is a 33% chance that you will be unable to cast Greater Wish ever again if you suffer this stress. As an epic spell, it is lost and you don't get another epic spell to replace it. Which means, I will say, in casting it from the scroll, I will still have you roll that percentile to possibly lose the ability to cast it, even if you reach a level where you may be able to naturally do it. Is that clearly understood?
It's understood, but I don't know what I should do. I really don't want to lose the ability to... I just finally learned this spell. Does it make sense?
Well...
In my levels?
You'd have to be level 39 to learn it?
Yeah, I know. I learned how to write it, and I learned how to conceptually cast it.
Right. As far as using this scroll, though, again, if you roll a percentile and get a 33 or lower, you lose the ability to cast it ever again. Or, you take the stress and the blowback for doing an abnormal effect. In other words, one that wasn't strictly listed. Like duplicating another spell effect.
Could I polymorph this creature?
You could certainly try.
Yeah, we're gonna try polymorph. If everything goes wrong, I'll use Greater Wish.
Okay.
How about that, guys?
Piper's busy triaging, so she's got no fuck, I forgot the word.
Vinestra said, true.
What is the word? What is that word? Oh my god! Why can't I remember that word?
So, if I'm getting this correct, the idea is to anti-magic cone or anti-magic field this fucker to disable him.
No,
and
polymorph
then
him first, then bring in the beholder.
Polymorph him first and then bring in the beholder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You bring in the beholder, that's going to undo the polymorph.
How is it going to undo the polymorph?
You have to maintain concentration on a true polymorph spell for an hour for it to be permanent.
Not if you have a scroll of polymorph.
That still has to be maintained and undisrupted for an hour.
Damn it.
As much as it would amuse me to see you guys turn this guy into a chicken.
Could I use my simulacrum to cast polymorph?
I mean, as long as your simulacrum haven't used up their spell slots, and they still have some access to those, yeah. It's the benefit of having simulacrum. You have additional spellcaster fodder.
Because that piece can hold that concentration while I summon the other part.
Okay. And again, the anti-magic will disrupt the effect. So. But if he's polymorphed, he can't cast. It's not like a druid. You have turned him fundamentally into another creature.
Vanessa, she looks over at Vanessa. Will you capture the creature when I polymorph it? I would probably need to.
And actually, let me double check something, because then that brings up another question now. Hold on.
Undead creatures, can they be polymorphed into another undead creature? So I think I have to do it into an adjacent creature type thing.
Vinestra said, sure, that shouldn't be too hard to wrangle. As long as you turn it into something easy enough to wrangle.
Double checking a ruling from back in 2020. Okay. Interesting. Good to know. And I will write that down in the notes there. This type of shit in D&D is what I love, where you guys are creating something that suddenly has me asking questions, right?
Yeah.
I don't like this.
So, as far as getting to Lake Allen, you have 3 coastlines that you can go for to get to it. You could go for the Sunsmith coastline, you could go for the Sablehearth coastline, or you could go for the Jihu coastline. One of those is actively a war front.
We're going for the Sable. No, let's go for the other one, the Sunsmith coastline, which is
Sunsmith.
not a war front.
Okay. Now, luckily, the climate area in that region, kind of around that lake, kind of similar between all 3 places. But still a little bit more sand in the Sunsmithy one. So, all right, now, let's be perfectly clear. Who's all going? We have Venestra, we have Angel.
Angel's going. Piper is literally helping people who are dying.
That's fair.
I'm putting people in categories dealing with fucking Karens because my knees, they hurt so bad. Karen, this person next to me literally lost their legs. Shut up.
My eyeballs are burning from the incense. Shut up.
Excuse me, madam, my throat is dry, she says next to the person who is trying to hold their cut throat closed.
Vinestra said, to be fair, maybe their kneecap has an arrow in it.
No, they're like, oh, my knee, it's...
Or a bomb?
Ah, yes. Roll initiative against bomb knees.
I just know that there would be people who would get funneled in there, have nothing really bad going on, and demanding to be seen first while dying.
I have a tickle in my throat, miss.
Maybe you should take your husband's dick out of your mouth.
Madam, help me.
She would probably throw if she had access to water bottle at her.
Excuse me, miss. I'm a little too cold, and nothing's quite getting warmer.
Throw an ember stone at her face.
Thank you.
Piper don't give no fucks.
Excuse me, ma'am. This dog doesn't seem to like me. Limps in with Navarre, just latched onto his ankle and digging in as you're hearing bone snap.
Navarre, down, boy. Just down, boy.
Vinestra said, so the plan.
Getting back from the Family Guy cutaway.
Angel's gonna take she's going to take Griffin with her. I don't know if she should take Griffin with her or if she should take somebody else with her.
Well, we have Venestra, we have Angel, we have 3 of your kids and their stat blocks.
I'm also gonna take my special chair.
You want to take your special chair?
My special chair.
Vinestra said, all cut out.
I'm letting she's gonna take her Yoda chair with her.
Oh, you're taking that.
I'm taking my Yoda chair.
Your Yoda chair. This is one of the kids you adopted, by the way. And they've just been your Yoda chair now.
Joe. It is not a kid. It burst out of me. And it's just a celestial that floats. It doesn't even have a face or a body. It is a sentient
celestial that has feelings.
It says heavenly steed.
It's a steed, Joe.
A steed has
It birthed
feelings.
a horse. Joe? I birthed a mount.
Yeah. You got mounted and then birthed a mount. It happens.
It's awful. It's awful. It's awful.
Sure, not while I'm trying to eat a warhead. My parents got me warheads for Valentine's Day because I don't like chocolate.
Ah!
She's also going to take Aurelia because Aurelia can literally cast something that will literally purify the water.
Okay. Like all in the material plane is perfectly fine.
Yeah, but we're not going to the material plane, Joe.
I'm aware.
I'm going to use my special steed chair to cross the plains and then cross back.
Right. Ride with your special steed. My brand.
My brand. Look at these special eyes. Because Aurelia can also
There are
cast
kids around today that have no idea what the fuck that's referencing. Because that commercial has been off the air for long enough.
No, it hasn't, Joe. It's still running. It's still running, Joe.
In
Vinestra
my
said,
region, at least it's
what
not.
Commercial?
The one that's just like, look with your special eyes. I can't. My brand. It's the contact commercial where you can't find your brand of contacts, and he goes, "Look, look with your special eyes." Oh my God!
Case and point.
This sounds like
Megan.
a Texan thing I'm too foreign to understand.
Oh my God! No, you're not. When you hear it, you'll understand.
I'm not in Texas, to be fair.
I've only
Megan,
been down
we
there
don't
the
get
once.
American ads.
Here, Brick. Here's your nostalgia. Here's your nostalgia.
Angel, blue. Violet said, a link.
All right, well, let's get into action, shall we?
Vinestra said, back to D&D.
All right. So Avery and Piper are respectively staying behind, especially as Piper is running triage then, or is Avery being brought along for this?
And no, Avery has hardly any health points. Avery is staying.
You know what? You know what?
How much
Fair.
did you heal me?
Avery,
How much did
being
you
a
heal me?
human race, you want to go to the Shadowfell?
At least you have 100 points
Avery
of
got
health.
the
Dude,
mega
you have
ultra
two
death
major-
suck.
Hold on, Rick's trying to say something.
How much did you heal me?
I gave you 2 major health potions. I gave you 20 points of healing and then 2 major health potions.
Still, 2 potions of superior healing.
Brings me up to 27,
Yes.
and so 20 health points, and then how many
Hold on.
does
see
the
here.
potions give?
Potion. Not portion. Potion.
What was the 20 from? Is that just from like a healing spell you did or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, superior healing is 8d4 plus 8. So in this case, just do 16d4 plus 16.
16d4 plus 16. Where's the... Let's see if this works. It did. 59. So does that bring 27 plus 59? 27 plus 59, you break 20. 86. 86 plus 7. Total of 93 points. So, yeah, it's still not great, but I'm about a little under half health.
A little bit less like a raisin.
Mm-hmm. Just a bit gaunt.
Just a bit malnourished.
Malnourished. Yes.
The brain's not braining. Don't worry about it.
No, I love it. I'm gonna use that actually.
All right, so in which case then Finestra's going to go ahead and take some people on a walk, but with that regeneration, or with that health boost, is Avery feeling like he wants to come along to possibly deal with this undead person who has 5 Leyborn trapped with him in the Shadowfell.
That I will wait for stories. That sounds like something I'd want more.
And whose spell work just did that out of a book.
I guess I'll go. Especially with if I hop in Aegis, I should be fine. Should be fine. They wouldn't let me die permanently.
So, how long does walk take again? Because you can also do a normal teleportation to a location you haven't been to as long as you're familiar enough with it.
Vinestra said, 24 hours, but we were going to time mushroom it.
Right, okay. Yeah. What size time mushroom are you going to use, Skinny?
We're going to use I'm going to use we're using one of the speed ones.
There wasn't
to speed
really
up 24 hours. So.
You see here.
No, those ones are a different family, Joe. One of them's a forward and one of them's just the time slow ones. The time go back ones are the ones that come from the Mochizuki family. Mine don't go forward. Mine go back. Does that make sense, Joe?
I believe so. I'm just double checking if I did write down the rulings on the forward ones, because if not, I'm going to have to. Let's see here. Mushrooms in the rules. Small, worth 5 charges.
Those are only for the forward, the backwards ones.
Okay. Each mushroom can send the consumer back in time to a past event. With stipulation, the blue ones can go forward. And the blue ones have the same rule set as the back ones, just in terms of what variety it does what duration. So, with that, let's see. There's the button ones, which are worth 1 charge, which can do 1 turn. There's the small ones, which are worth 5 charges. 5 charges can bring you all the way up to a day. And then there's the large ones, which can be 10 charges. 10 charges bring you up to a century. The charges go up in scales of time, respectively. So if you were to eat 10 button shrooms, for example, you could get a century out of it. But you're eating 10 button-sized shrooms, and you'd have to eat 10 blues. So this would be 1 small-sized blue mushroom for the day pass. So basically, eating that, Vinestra, suddenly your walk feels like a step. Now that said, it is suddenly a whole 24 hours worth of walking that is hitting you in 2 seconds. And so as you suddenly step forth from this chamber and out to the sunlight of a sort of temperate, forested, deserted coast of a lake, you feel wiped and your legs feel a little bit like jelly before you give yourself a moment to recover. And you recover quicker than you really expect. Though notably, they don't enhance speed. They do just send you forward in time. You could take another of the other mushrooms to send you back and technically lose no time, except for the minutes that you spend doing this shit here.
Yeah, I know.
Without resulting in a paradox. That said, that'll be 2 mushrooms.
That is the plan, Joe. I am already growing these again, so. We already did figure out how to grow them, so. But I'm only cultivating them in one spot. And they're becoming the pink mushrooms now instead of just regular mushrooms.
Okay. You arrive before Lake Olin, and as even in the vision, the shape, at least from this part of the coastline, is similar to what you saw, although you now imagine how far up were you to get the full shape and scale of that lake. Because as far as you can see out from this distance, you can't tell where the other side of land is. It's just lake to the horizon. It's that big. Which there are lakes that big in our world. Fair enough, but it's remarkable. There's no brackish scent to anything here. It's just that immediate kind of aroma of algae that hits you. There's palms that are kind of dotted around the area here that have grown, even in the sort of freshwater climate, that hang over it almost like an oasis at the edge of a desert. So, with waves crashing against the lakeside beach, what would you all like to do?
Just, Piper chasing Navarro around, trying to get him to put the person down.
Drop it! Drop it!
Drop him! Drop him! He didn't do anything! Drop him! Drop him!
Proceeds to start playing tug of war with a man's leg.
I will regenerate it in a minute! Just give me a second!
Then proceeds to do that whole big just head shake thing where he's just violently shaking it around like any dog trying to rip up a rope apart.
Vinestra said, clarification, are we going to use the ley lines?
I don't need to use the ley lines if we do what we planned. We saw where he's at the bottom of the middle of the lake. Ada's going to take the time to fly to the middle of the lake.
Okay. Flying out toward the middle, it takes a while. This is a long bit of distance to cover. It will reasonably, even at your sort of fastest flying pace, take a good couple of hours.
At 120 feet per?
The ship you were sailing on took a day to cover this distance. It's a big-ass lake. Now, to be fair, that ship was going a decent bit slower than your flight speed. That's still... Cutting it down to a couple of hours is really fucking fast.
Okay.
Then what?
Then you get over to best you can approximate the center point of the lake.
I should be able to smell it, Joe. Or feel it.
From the material plane, you feel nothing. Oh, there is weirdly a...
No, we just crossed planar existence.
Oh, you're saying once you get to that center point, you cross into
Yes.
the Shadowfell. Okay.
That was the plan, Joe.
Okay. So, okay, hold on. So let me back up. Were you guys using walk to that location in the Shadowfell? Because I believe it can cross planes. Okay. My bad. So, let's go ahead and redescribe for a moment. That same sort of...
Vinestra said, yep, it cares not for realities.
Okay.
It means that all I have to do is give myself gills, which I have potions for.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and redescribe here, where first you, let's just say like a moment of seeing between the layers of plains, saw a semi-tropical oasis-like beach on sands. You see a beach of bone meal. Where there was a palm tree, there's a gnarled, twisted, and withered log sticking up out of the earth. And as you fly up and over, hearing that sort of meat chopping sound where splashing and chopping waves would otherwise be heard, you float.
We're underwater. Where he is.
Right, you stipulated that you flew at first, and I'm just redescribing.
Well, I stipulated that considering that you thought that we were doing something else. I thought we were walking straight to the spot, and then you decided we're going to be on the shore.
I misunderstood.
So I'm not going to fly there if I'm going to be underwater.
Okay, so walking straight there to the underwater location.
You can show up under something. It's far more scary than showing up above it, Joe.
Okay.
A monster.
Visibility down here is impossible. This is less about seeing what's down here and more about feeling it out. You know you are in front of something. The only thing that gives you any semblance of sight are 5 points of bluish glow around it, where something stares you down. And Angel. Give me a wisdom and a constitution saving throw, please. As even being near this entity, you feel a familiar rumble despite the fact that nothing around you seems to shake.
A natural 20 to save my ass.
Modified?
36.
36. And your constitution
36.
saving throw?
Mm-hmm. 19 plus 16.
Okay.
35.
35. You cannot make the details of the figure out, but the familiar rumble reverberates almost from this figure. You feel that headache slinking in, and you steel yourself against it. Those magical links that were like chains that you saw through Nick's shared vision, you can hear them dangling to this figure as if they're more physical in its presence.
Can I see the creature? All I need to do is be able to see it.
Let me see if
Even
I
if
can
it's a silhouette.
find his artwork.
I'm gonna get that butthole Pikachu.
Vinestra said, Would tremor sense work underwater?
Given that it's really just a sense for vibrations, I'd say yes.
V does have said sense so.
And you were able to gauge the sort of semblance of his general presence. Let me go ahead and... Where the fuck? I'm scrolling back through some shit to find where I saved this image.
Run love in a butthole place. Wait till Joe finds the artwork.
And I will, once I find it, just quickly run it through a black and white filter, given that you guys are doing this through tremor sense and dark vision effectively. So you won't get the colored variation of looking at him. That's okay.
I don't care.
There we go. Down. Now, one stipulation that you recall about changelings: when they are bearing their true form, they tend to be faceless almost. It is no different with this figure. I couldn't find the original one, so I did some quick looking on ArtStation, and this fucking looks actually so much closer to what I originally had thought up.
Ooh. He's got a cool head.
What? Gotta look at this session art. Cool. I'm gonna take some inspiration from another D&D campaign that I like very, very much, and I'm gonna turn him into a goldfish.
Okay. Which notably, those sort of a light sort of connections off of his back, which very much kind of look almost interwoven of a cape, seem to be sort of the locus points that eventually kind of spindle off into those chains. Now you're going to go ahead and try and, while you're down there, polymorph him into a goldfish.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want him to be a goldfish. I want to put him in a fishbowl.
Now, let me just double check what kind of things he is. What he's got to deal with. So let's see here. What level of spell is polymorph? Or true polymorph? Excuse me?
It's a level 9 spell?
For true polymorph?
Mm-hmm. It's one of your last spells that you get, Joe, for my character. It's one of my last spells I got to
True
pick.
polymorph rules 2014. Yep, 9th level spell. Okay. Okay, and let's see here. Okay.
Yep.
Vinestra said, "How unfortunate."
I want to put him in a jar and name him Billy.
All these B
And then
names.
I'm going to get a friend for her. I'm going to name him Mandy. I'm going to get a Billy and Mandy.
Okay. Casting true polymorph on him. That requires a saving throw. What kind?
Because mine is charisma. He has to beat my charisma score.
Okay, and what is your spell save DC for this spell?
My spell save DC is a 28.
28, thank you very much.
Wisdom saving throw as an aside for him to resist.
Yeah, but it's the save I have for mine is a charisma saving throw.
Oh.
What, Joe?
Okay.
Also, Joe.
His modifiers are nuts.
How unfortunate he rolled a 1.
How unfortunate he rolled a 1, Joe.
Okay, critical failures on saving throws and critical successes don't stipulate the normal rules of critical success and critical failure, so it will still be the modified total. Now, it is a charisma save for you, correct? In this instance, your save DC is 28.
I can add 2 to that if I want to.
I'm going to use one of his legendary resistances.
Question. Why is it a charisma?
Because my spells are made on charisma.
Because she's a bard.
So charisma is the modifier used for outcasting spells. It doesn't change all of your save DCs, however, to charisma, though.
No, we changed mine to charisma because of my epic levels.
Okay.
Because I could do this at a level 10 spell if I wanted to. Now.
All right. He's going to use one of his legendary resistances.
So we're changing the spell save DC mechanics, got it?
We did do the god stuff. That was what the thing was. You can change your wisdom to charisma. That was under part of the stuff that they had in the epic level stuff.
Either way, he's going to use a legendary resistance to choose to succeed.
Yeah, but he's a double wheel because I also have a -1 he can also fail on.
Right, choosing to succeed disregards forced rolls.
Yeah. Yes, but this is an enforced roll by the DM. You gave us a nat 1 for any creature we wanted to.
Oh, you're using that.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say it disregarded legendary resistances?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's written down in my notebook. I got to use violets and now I get to use angels.
So, figure turns its face to you. And suddenly, you catch the little monochromatic form of a goldfish.
Nice.
Suspended in the blackened sea.
Is he suspended? Still, the chains are still suspended?
The chains still are, to now a goldfish.
Vinestra said. Vinestra is going to dart after the fish and catch it in a jar.
Easy enough to do. And the moment you put it physically in a jar, those connections sever. And I'm immediately going to roll 5 con saves.
I am going to give them advantage.
How close by are the 5?
They're like in a big circle around him.
They are each 10 feet from him in that sort of 5-pointed arrangement.
Oh, I have 3 children with me. That's perfect. Everybody can grab a person.
And how high up is the surface?
A few hundred feet, but you guys have brought enough with you. And a number of you move very, very quickly. So this was done without the anti-magic present. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, 3 of them are doing okay. 2 of them not so much.
I'm going to put them in the necklace, Joe, because I can stuff them in the necklace.
Okay, easy enough to hold them in.
And I'm going to use the little kite because it goes faster than my flying speed in order to get around there.
All right. And you were able to ascend back above the water, as you can already, the both of you, feel the presence of something large and predatory. Now no longer aware of a deterrent present in the waters and making its way curiously in your direction.
I am now going to... I'm going to unleash this beholder in this space. Sorry, Joe. I really have been wanting to do this. I bring this beholder back for quite a while.
If you do that, I'm going to summon aberration. Here, I think there's like a beholder kin or something I can also.
He's a friend. Okay, let me put it to you this way. This thing is a friend of ours, and he said that if he ever came back, he'd fight for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can choose beholderkin among Slod or Spawn. So if you summon that, I'll also summon a beholderkin. We'd have 2 beholders.
Okay. As what then comes into view as you guys make your summons is a fully skeletal, stripped of all flesh and bone and long undead Megalodon.
Hello, big beautiful baby.
Do you mean a cartilaginous Megalodon?
They'd just be a cartilaginous megalodon, Joe. They don't
You
have
know
much
what I
more
mean,
than
a
their teeth.
skeletal.
They don't have bones. They don't have bones.
Yeah, they do. Their teeth are bone.
Yeah, I guess
Their teeth and
those
jaw
are
are bone.
The closest
bones
undead
they have.
approximation of the structure that held up the flesh suit.
Okay.
Vinestra said, a ghost.
I want it. I'm letting you know. Angel's like, I want it. It's beautiful, big. It's so pretty.
It's pissed. It's
It's
angry.
just a mouth.
V is going to
just
take
a
to the
short
air
jaw.
above the water. While the others summon beholders, Amira is going to check the ley lines for any damage caused by the now goldfish.
Okay. Immediately you get the sensation of... I mean, there are blackened ley lines that are kind of all woven around that area, which are necrotic ley lines. There are ley lines for every sort of magical energy. And of course, they're all over the Shadowfell, right? It figures. No damage to them as of yet, and no ley line nexuses that have been produced by the deaths of any Lateborn. At least not in this area. You about to sneeze, Megan?
I'm debating on feeding the goldfish to the beholder.
Now again, the effect is only permanent if you give it an hour.
Yes, but if it's inside of his stomach, it dies. I remember what happened to me inside of the beholder.
True.
Vinestra said, he'd turn back into his humanoid self though.
Unless the effect
But
were
the
given long
acid-
enough to be permanent.
So we're just gonna leave it long? Okay, you know what? We'll leave it long enough for him to be a fish. We'll leave it for the hour. And then I will find something to eat him.
Of course, what am I doing? Why am I being the DM that's telling you what your mistake is rather than letting you hang yourself?
She looks over at the beholder. Have at it. You wanted to fight for us. This is your moment. You get to cause havoc throughout the Shadowfell.
Immediately goes nuts. Now, wait, did you resurrect him?
Uh-huh.
There was talk about resurrecting it. Okay.
In the Shadowfell.
In the Shadowfell.
Okay. And he immediately starts.
We're leaving him to cause as much havoc as possible.
Fair enough.
And she's going to relay everything that has happened up until this point. And who's the one that caused all the problem before?
Fair
and
enough.
tortured him.
Now, to be fair, as far as
And why
killing
they
that goldfish, once the effect is permanent, you could probably just squish him between your fingers.
No, I'm gonna let Nicodemus squish him between his toes.
Whatever
he's
floats your boat.
Squish.
Okay.
This isn't OnlyFans.
There ain't no way.
No, this is one of the. It's a joke from a movie. You wouldn't get it if you haven't watched it.
Made it last time.
All right. I'm assuming then you guys decide to go ahead and make your way back from the Shadowfell and eat that time reversal mushroom,
Mm-hmm.
and then just giving it whatever time it takes. It'll take a day, by the way, of letting this go by to prevent any paradoxes. You're going to have to give it 24 hours.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Which means you'll also have to
I'm
give it
leaving-
probably 24 hours before you do anything to that goldfish.
Fan run.
I'm letting you know the goldfish is going in one of the weird tanky thingies that the beholder was in. Because it's not an anti-magic tank.
V is going to cast Soul Cage on the goldfish once she can.
Yes!
Okay.
It's going to stay inside of that and never move free
So,
again.
assuming that you guys give everything 24 hours to settle in, which means we are now mid-afternoon on Izmir 2nd.
I would also like to know what shenanigans Amber is getting up to after this, please.
Yes, in those 24 hours, what did Amber get up to? I mean, I'm sure her time was... Well, what did Piper get up to, I should say? And in her time, there was probably plenty of patience to go through in those 24 hours of waiting.
Dealing with Karens, also the occasional Navarre. No!
Dealing
Like
with
this
Karen's, dealing with
limb is
Kevin's.
pushy.
Sorry, player is dizzy. I think I have understood why I'm getting head so.
Okay.
Me and malic acid don't.
Oh, that makes sense. So
Sorry,
she
I'm
looks
busy.
over.
Everything's spinning and spinning.
She looks over at as they get back. She looks over at Nicodemus. We have a black and white goldfish.
I mean, it was black and white through your dark vision. Now it just looks like a normal goldfish.
Hello, little goldfish. Aren't you cute?
It's angrily ding, 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 smacking against the glass. And then...
She's gonna take out the Layborn as they get back.
Oh. Let me double check Soul Cage here, because that's also got some interesting implications for how this might interact.
Little baby, little fish, little baby, little fish, little baby.
Interesting. Okay. So let's start with you taking out the Layborn first. There's only ever one at a given time. And that's the way it's been for centuries. The 5 that you produce are old, wrinkled, and have been preserved far beyond their normal life expectancy. To see beings that glow this brilliantly with the magic of the world, as frail as some of our own centennial citizens, and beyond that.
Which one is the youngest? Because he took somebody recently.
The youngest appears to be a 33-year-old. Every single one of them, based off of age estimations, seem to be right on the cusp of the time where they would naturally leave the world in those ratios of threes.
She's gonna summon Neandir.
You can summon an image of him here, as this is not request, but you can summon an image.
She won, didn't she?
Where do you want me to put them when they die?
Where any Leyborn dies, a Leyline nexus is formed. Wheresoever that happens to be, wherever you judge it might be of benefit.
Can't be in Geo.
It could be. There are influences upon the ley lines. The ley lines are the magics of nature.
She asks the Leyborn themselves, where would you want to be put to rest? In a place where you could get back at the people who hurt you?
The eldest one, who looks well in excess of 3 centuries old.
Yeah, no, that's the original plan.
Get back at anyone.
They will make it.
No. Get back at anyone. No.
Then where would you want to be placed? You're not going to last much longer.
Yeah.
Lay me to rest at a wellspring that's close to drying up, so that the water that comes from it after can feed that land for a few more generations.
She knows where those are.
Okay, I may not make this. If I do that, I'm not gonna.
Next one, similarly elderly, which is to say that the grouping of the initial 4 definitely reached that century range and were just forcibly prolonged far beyond that.
Made it is priority.
Let me change the music here to... I think you guys are Narcola, correct? So, Tundra.
Bring me to a forest. Bring me to a forest that is burned, so that I might aid in it regrowing.
I guess I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Next one.
Rest apparently, I guess.
Bring me to a radiant ley line.
That is,
So that whoever walks across those lands might have a touch of faith, should they find themselves lacking it.
yeah.
Final and 4th.
You mean the 5th? There's 5 of them, Joe.
No, you were asking for the ones excluding the one that appeared to be 33.
Okay, here.
I was gonna be able.
Where would you want to be?
Bring me to a storm ley line. A ley line of lightning. Let my memory be a force that touches the skies.
She summons out Thor first. She hands this man to Thor. Take him to the lightning ley line. And let him rest there. His body will do the rest.
As quickly as he moves, even from this far away, you can catch a glimpse through a window of an incredible lightning storm forming on the horizon.
Takes out. She actually takes out with a child that she calls Cleopatra. Child of fire. Cleopatra, where is your mom just burned a forest?
She understands what you mean and guides another soul far and away.
She looks at one of her beautiful dragons. I need you to take this one to the mountains. And let him rest under Timor's.
The dragon flies them off. Finally, the one that is 33.
No, she goes to the water one last. She's the spring one. She summons a Tem.
Yes.
Tem, I want you to take this man to where the water is running dry. And lay him to rest. He has not much time.
Not.
And come home as quickly as possible, please.
He nods yet again.
That's what she tells all her kids, to make sure they come home as quickly as possible.
The one that is 33 is looking around, but there's a distance in his observation and in his stare. Even at 33, you can gather that this one's time has run out too.
Yeah, he's 33. It's a multiple of 3. Where would you like to rest?
He looks around, trying to gauge everyone here, and then his eyes settle on Avery. His eyes narrowing in confusion and concern.
So, you're not
what happened to you?
Evil book.
Not what I'm asking. Your skin.
Oh, before that? Evil relic. Am I wrong?
Not totally incorrect. Bring me to a psychic ley line. This world's been poisoned by mind eaters, mind flayers. For centuries on end. Maybe I can flood part of it.
We are well aware.
With thoughts to fight.
She calls Alex and Kismet. Alex, you know the ley lines better than anyone. I need you and Kismet to deliver him to a psychic ley line and do not stay. He has not much time. You cannot be within the vicinity. Or tell your sister where one
isn't always destructive. It's always a symptom of just where we die.
There's another of your kind. Sometimes it can be two at once. I read that,
The one in that.
and I know it to be true.
There wasn't that at all.
I'm actually going to go ahead and follow where he goes a little bit like a cutscene. Because, Angel, you will have connection to this. And because everybody in the party here is to an extent psychically connected to Angel, you will also be able to observe. It's not your children that guide him to a place suitable. It's he that guides them. Quickly enough, he finds himself in Sharni. He wanders down into a temple and over to a brain. Massive, feeling the life and thought of the world. I don't know that this will fix much. But we're all born for a reason. We all die for a reason. His bright blue turns suddenly to a highly volatile, mental, psionic purple, turns bright, brilliant, and flashes like a grenade. And for a moment, all of your mental connections to each other stutter.
Yeah, what's happening?
So there's
It's okay.
they're doing block hunt, and it's risky. So there's a big fake it. It's hard.
For the sake of this conflict, from this day forward,
But instead of doing block hunt,
any spells any of you cast that deal psychic damage, you may roll one additional damage die on.
and basically your guy on the end is going to
You may also, an amount of times for the modifier of your highest statistic, reduce incoming psychic damage by one roll value of your hit die.
smart about it and they know what I'm trying to do, they're going to be like, okay, we're good.
This beneficial psychic aura has been placed at the heart of the world. Now with that, notably, for those of you that carry Velix coins, you could swear for a moment you heard them scream.
I have a question, Joe.
Yes.
Damn, I will.
I look over at Venestra. You need to hand over the fish to Nicodemus.
Oh, yeah, no.
At the end of the second day.
I'm going to write this down in the brass vaults loot, just so it's there, by the way. So, strengthened psychic ley lines.
Vinestra said, "And what does Nick intend to do? As I have every intention of collecting his soul."
Nicodemus is going to share the soul apart.
So one of them is my daughter's birthday.
It needs to be torn apart, Venestra.
One of them, I think that's the
I can't explain to you all of the damage it's done. The soul, if you keep it, is strong enough to revive itself. It's done it multiple times in multiple worlds. It needs to die. It is time for it to.
Baby's birthday, and then my wife's birthday.
I'm going to let Nicodemus offer it to the gods of other worlds to eat and to devour it and to split it asunder. I don't want to hear this thing's thoughts. I don't want to know its plans. I don't care. This thing is strong enough that if we let it think at all, it will kill us all. You should see all of the writing that admitted it was its own blood. It was that determined that it drew out each line on how to kill Leyborn on its own skin.
You know what we did with our first one? We started crawling around her and stuff. Like crawling with it.
Vinestra said, Joe question, OOC Vi's soul cage is eternal, unescapable.
It is, technically. I'm just going to finish writing this down before I get to what occurs based on what you two settle on to do with this goldfish. I know that's phrased a little weirdly, but that's the cleanest way I could phrase it because it's a really weird way of doing it. Either way.
Vinestra said, and Convey put its soul in there just to confirm as she would know in character.
You guys can do an order of operations here if you'd like. And a polymorphed creature retains its soul. It doesn't, change. That's per what you know normally about how that spell operates.
I don't know how to stress to Vinestra the determination this soul has to bring itself back to life. It's about as strong as she is mentally.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Vinestra to type.
That one should have been that. I'm not gonna lie, that one should have been.
Joe, Amber, I can hear everything Dusty is saying in the background.
Vinestra said, very well.
Oh, hold on. Does True Polymorph include its equipment? Did you turn all of its equipment into a goldfish?
Oh my god.
Oh
my god. I might. I message. I might go because I dizzy, very dizzy.
Oh, go lay down, Amber. Go lay down. You can watch from bed.
All right.
Hope you feel better, Amber.
Feel better, Amber. That malic acid hit her.
Let's see. Creature into creature. If you turn a creature into another kind of creature, the new form can be any kind you choose. Retains its alignment and personality. Target assumes its new form, reverts to its normal form. Target. It doesn't stipulate.
I imagine its clothes fell off.
Okay, so I would imagine so too, right? Because that makes sense. It doesn't stipulate, but it would also be really weird if polymorph could thereby technically turn multiple objects into one thing, right? So I would assume they did. Now, with that, two things would have fallen away whether or not you bothered to collect them.
We would have collected them, Joe.
And let me just double check here. First of all, the very sort of strange, almost undead mockery of like aristocrats' mage robes that were held on it, as well as a sort of central orb about the size of an apple that kind of fell away into the middle of the robes. So those would have been two things that you guys collected. Let's see. All right.
Since this soul is necromantic, can it be destroyed by the scythe of the word?
You guys have a bunch of options in front of you. It's whatever you want to try.
Oh, I'm asking you because it's a necromantic soul, and the last time we tried to do anything to this soul, it tried to kill us. It's literally the equivalency of Venestra's soul in a fish.
The scythe of the word would work on that soul, sure. Feasibly, if you tried. That's the kind of item that tends to overpower it. How do you want to do this?
Either you use the scythe, or you tear it apart with your bare hands. But I prefer you to not eat something so evil. This thing killed itself.
Well, let's have Venestra do her soul cage thing first, so that we have the soul held in a single place that we can then use the scythe on, or whatever I have on it. That sounds like a fair bit to me.
You tortured your kind, and I think Avery should have a shot at this too. Avery?
Sure. Yes?
Do you want to help Nicodemus kill this soul thing? It tortured your kind.
If he needs my help, but I can help. Isn't he polymorphed into like a goldfish or something? Why don't you just step on it?
Yep.
Because it's not going to kill the soul, and the soul has brought itself
Well, the stipulation
back
for using Soul Cage in the first place is when a target within range dies.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you just need to step on it and cage it.
Do you want to squish it? You want the honors of squishing it?
Oh yeah, I'll squish it good. I say from inside of Aegis.
You know what, Avery?
Of course.
Nick speaks up. Let's wishbone this thing.
It's what, Joe? We broke up.
Let's wishbone this fish.
Well, you pull the head, I pull the tail.
I was thinking we both hold one end of the tail and then just pull. And see who gets the bigger half.
Ah. Alright, sure.
Okay.
Reach down and pick up the wiggling
You just
fish.
say that to
Now,
giggle?
shits and giggles, we're going to go ahead and call this a rip attack, right? Just go ahead and roll me a strength check. We'll see if it meter beats a goldfish's AC.
Okay.
It's a fucking goldfish.
Strength is not great. My strength is a +0, so let's see what I roll. 4.
I'm letting you know I use this spell.
Wait.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
this.
What
I'm
if
gonna say
what if
this.
I'm in Aegis? If
I
I'm
will say this. The only reason I'm kind of having you roll beyond the shits and giggles, it's a wriggling fish. It might slip out of your grip, right? It might die when it hits the floor.
Yeah. I'm pulling up Aegis's block.
And let me just double check your goldfish. 5e.
He has strength of +3. So that would make that roll a 7.
Goldfish, tiny beast unaligned, armor class of 13. What? It's a fucking goldfish. I guess it's just because it's that slippery.
I guess.
Oh, wait, this is an official stat block from Ghosts of Salt Marsh. It's a real... Wait, no, that's
Joe. Yes,
it's a
Joe.
normal fish.
I know that there's a goldfish stat block.
It's fucking weird. There's a warlock subclass, a homebrew warlock subclass on RPGNet called the Dire Goldfish. Dire Goldfish, give me your power. The fuck?
Hell yeah.
Okay, with Aegis' modifiers, do you get at least a 13?
No.
No.
I got a 7. I rolled a 4.
I will say this, because you and Nick are doing this together, we're going to call this flanking. So roll again, you have advantage.
Okay. Okay, that's much better. 13 plus 3 is a 16.
Yep, baseline 13 to hit. Nick absolutely also hits. And as you both pull and rip, this thing has 1 HP. Falls into a small tuft of snow. And that's where we're going to end the session.
No?
Simulacrum.